Hello to the non-gamers. Today's not for the gamers, it's for the non-gamers. I think I'm just gonna be honest. I keep saying it. Nobody else is brave enough to say it. You know what's insane? I talk so much about how the gaming industry is washed. I spend almost every stream playing games that I enjoy. People in my chat say, no, the games industry is amazing. It's amazing. You're just jaded. And then as soon as my stream's over, they watch like 8 hours of people watching YouTube videos and TikTok compilations on Twitch. Make it make sense. Our actions and our words are not in line with what we are saying. Like our proselytized values and our behavior are not in alignment with each other. And now with the gun pointing into the air, Lord forgive me, but I'm about to go back into the old me. So true. Dennis Miller with the gun pointing up in the air, Lord forgive me, but I'm about to go off on a rant. Did you hear that? Sorry, I was just checking out my unban requests because I've been away for a week. I don't ban that many people. Hi, would it be possible to get this account unbanned? It is my old Twitch account that I lost, and it seemed like it got hacked at some point. I apologize for anything that was posted in your chat on this account in the last 10 years or so. Entire chat log history, this user has not chatted in this channel. Okay, a little unusual, but I'll hit you with an unban on that one. As far as I can tell, given the moderation tools at my disposal, you have not done anything wrong. This happens a lot. They got banned summer of 2018. No chat messages. I don't know why I was banned, but I'm sorry. I'm rarely on Twitch. I've been a fan for years, back with no face cam. I don't care if I don't get unbanned. I just want to know why. I think that at some point, well, I think it was, VOD chat. That's probably what it was, right? There's no logs from VOD chat. I mean, they probably said, listen, here's my philosophy on this. I'm not going to deny that they didn't say something horrible, but also it's 5 years ago and they have what appears to be an anime profile photo. They could have been 13 years old 5 years ago. I think serving a 5-year ban for something and now being like 40% of your life has gone by since then sure, you get an unban. I don't see what the message is. Unban. Send unban decision. I don't know if they're coming back, but time served, exactly. I mean, listen, this is not prison, so it's not on the same, you don't have the same sort of ethical and moral quandaries to worry about. But I do think sometimes that, like, in Vancouver, you could, like, stab somebody in the arm with a knife and go to prison for, like, 36 months. And then I'm going to have the audacity to keep you permabanned for life after you apologized? If you never apologized or showed any form of contrition, then sure, you can stay banned. But if you're like, I'm sorry I said that, like, I'm not going to keep you locked out longer than we're locking up people who have committed acts of violence on strangers. Like, that's too much. So true. Thank you. I don't know. Also, the dude who stabbed someone in the arm probably should have been in prison longer. Oh, you're not ready for that one? Because then I could keep people who annoyed me banned for longer without feeling that cognitive dissonance. So really, it's like the Canadian justice system that's letting me down. What do you think about that? Lock up the Disney adults. Listen, I'm not going to be the first Disney adult that gets locked up. So my thinking is that you can start locking up the Disney adults because for like 10 years, Disney World is going to be like so empty. I'm going to be able to get on the rides in record time. And one day they'll throw me in prison, but at that point it probably will have been worth it. Let me see. I'm just seeing what else has come. We're going to do some React Court today, but I'm going to see what else has come out. In case after React Court there's something interesting. Turbo Overkill, the final episode. Apogee's best FPS since Duke Nukem 3D. Good hunting, sir. Danger-esque, the Rumisode Triangulate. Oh, it's a Homestar Runner thing. Do that? No. I don't know that much about Homestar Runner, and also it's a point-and-click adventure. It's not for me, and that's okay. Toho Juonin, Unfinished Dream of All Living Ghost. Probably not. V-Pet Simulator. Feeling like your computer desktop is too dull? Need something cute to heal oneself? Come and try this completely free and open source V-Pet Simulator. A cute and adorable pet that supports various feeding interactions to accompany you in game learning is definitely your best choice. As malware? I mean, it says pet, but it's a person? Like, it's not a person, it's a cartoon, but it's not like a dog or like a hamster or something. Like, appears to be a young lady in a schoolgirl outfit, and the key art image is her boot stepping on you. POV, you are getting stepped on. I'm probably not going to play that. Probably not going to play Hitler Waifu, released yesterday for 60 cents. Probably not going to play My Furry Proto-Gen 2 Paws emoji. That's just, it's not the culture that I'm involved in, which is totally fine. No disrespect, I'm probably not going to play Truth of Beauty Witch, Marine's Treasure Ship either. Or Forbidden Dojo. Or Universe Income 2. Welcome to the captivating world of Universe Income 2. Imagine yourself in an adult visual novel game where you are transported to a mysterious planet filmed with incredible surprises. Excuse me? Holy cow, I'm glad I didn't have my screen region up. I'm glad I didn't have the audio up either. Oh my God, like I'll just tell you. I clicked on what I thought would open up the Steam page, but instead it just started playing the trailer. It was a young lady going, uh-huh. And I'm just going to be real with you. I don't know how many phallic objects she has inserted in her orifices right now, and they're all on display. Like they're not hiding anything. Holy cow. The young lady, what? Sorry, I got distracted. Doll Explorer. A turn-based strategy game in which players conquer dungeons by combining various actions, such as take one step forward and attack in front of the player. The adventures of Tia the Witch, Doll the Magic Life Form, and Lilith the Princess of the Demon Tribe begin. I saw her riveting. And it might be, it has 94% positive reviews. I'm just like, they should get somebody else to work on the copy. Like the first sentence is combine actions such as take a step forward and attack one space in front of me. Anyway. Combining elements of hockey, soccer, and ping pong, bullet ball is a 21st century sport for the modern lifestyle. Utilizing your forearms and or hands, you will try to knock the ball past your opponent. My point. My point. You ever see Bullet Ball? Try Contraband. But it's not Contraband Police, right? It's just Contraband. Contraband Steam. Contraband Police. Contraband Police. Contraband Police. Contraband Police. Contraband Police. I don't think I'm going to be playing Contraband Police. I know it's been suggested a lot. It just... You shouldn't say this, okay? But the First Amendment applies to me because I identify as American. The company that makes all of these simulator games, and they do make almost all of the simulator games, Playway, every single one is exactly the same. I feel like they're all kind of bad, and they also all give me motion sickness on top of that. I sort of respect what they're doing in the business because it's what I was doing with Isaac, is just releasing like as many 5 out of 10 products as possible and hoping to... I mean, I alienated like 98% of the people who came across my content, but 2% of people were like, holy cow, this is exactly what I'm looking for. I'm going to hook up to the IV forever. But I'm not sure it's for me. Let's put it that way. I'm not sure it's for me. How about Backpack Battles? Backpack Battles. It's currently in a demo form. That's fine. The Inventory Management Auto Battler. Now, here's what I'm going to ask you. It looks almost exactly the same as Backpack Hero. But I do want to say something. The second game that is the creation of a new subgenre always has the burden of proof. You got to imagine that, like, when Wolfenstein 3D came out, people were like, holy cow, this shit is like brand new. Then someone, id Software came out with Doom, and they were like, what the fuck? Why would I play this when I've already got Wolfenstein 3D? And then the rest is history, like 25 years later. So just being the second Backpack Auto Battler is like, it's a tough position to be in. Like Dome Keeper and Wall World? Yeah, but Wall World, listen. Wall World was literally like Dome Keeper, but sideways. And then also, can I tell you something that annoys me? Dome Keeper, $23.49. Wall World, $8.99. Like that to me is like bidding $1 more than somebody on The Price is Right. Like, it might be a good bid for game theory, but like, it's kind of a shot across the bow. That's like if someone came out with like a New Mexico iced tea and then made it cost like 98 cents a can. Tomo, can you get out of the cords, my man? Oh yeah, I was going to play some Dark and Darker. Is that back on Steam? I could download that. Is it 60 gigabytes? Is it not? Is it on Steam, or do you have to go to the Pirate Bay? It's not on Steam. So it's on Epic then, right? Epic exclusive? Its own launcher? Nah, that's not, okay, not happening. Sorry. It works. Okay, so does everything on the Epic Game Store, but you won't download that, so make it make sense. Crop rotator demo. Okay, hang on. Crop rotator. Crop rotation demo. Pardon me? Crop Rotation is a farm-themed card drafting game. Cards are played automatically so you can focus on the deck building and building synergies. Ooh! Let's hear this music, okay? Ooh. Oh, I didn't expect that chord there. Hang on. It looks almost exactly like Luck Be a Landlord, but that's okay with me. Ooh. It does, it has a little bit of like it's like a spooky vibe, but it's like it's spooky music you would listen to if you were like a spooky creature. So it shouldn't be spooky to you, it should just be music. Oh, thank you, Scotch. Thank you. Thank you. It's ghoul music. Music for ghouls. To listen to in your ghoul cave while you're ghouling for hours. Okay. So how are we coming back and playing or doing Am I the Asshole? There is a new Am I the Asshole subreddit. And by new, I mean a community for 2 years. But AITA is completely washed. AITAH may be washed. But I'm going to give it a chance, is all I'm going to say. That's also washed. People like 2 hot takes now, okay? old.reddit.com/r/old hot takes. No, not old hot takes, 2 hot takes. https:// old.reddit.com/r/2 hot takes. Let's read the synopsis here. Subreddit for listeners of the 2 Hot Takes podcast. Here you can post your thoughts on stories shared on the pod, discuss this week's episode, and share your ideas for future episodes. Top post from the past month. I dumped my boyfriend for leaving my closet door open. I refused to submit to my boyfriend. Am I the asshole for not switching my first class seat with a 10-year-old boy's economy seat so he could sit with his family? My boyfriend says I need to learn a lesson for not listening to him. My boyfriend had to clean my poop. Should I give up and divorce my husband? I don't know if I'm qualified to read this subreddit. What does this mean? Husband wants me to be a cuck queen and cheated. What the hell does this mean? I'm not online enough, or I'm not in the right circles. I know what some of those words mean. I know what a queen is. That's all women. My neighbor is mad. I'm legally allowed to smoke weed. Quack posting. Thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Why are so many of they're all about sex? Where's the ones about child-free weddings? I left my best friend's bachelorette party weekend trip, and now I'm not sure where we stand. I found out my friend wants to marry me. What do? My husband found out he has a long-lost brother. My boyfriend commented on my body hair last night. Okay. I mean, we could try some of these. We just it's delicate, okay? Let me just check my screen regions here, because we haven't done a React chord in forever. It's just like some of these are like very serious. I'm not one of those streamers who's like, I want to, like, I'm not going to click on, let me see. I don't think I'm going to click on, I caught my husband texting a minor. I'm on an 8-hour road trip with him and don't know what to do. That's something I feel like you might want to talk to at a minimum, like a therapist, but probably also, I don't know, the police, maybe their parents, for sure. It's not what you think. Read that one. No, it's clickbait. Because if it's not bad, then it's clickbait. That's my 2 cents. Is that a subreddit? My 2 cents? It's his daughter on the follow-up? What is it all made up? You'll be like, don't do React Court. It's all made up. And then you're like, whoa, click on that made up one. It's really compelling. Make it make sense. The rumors of React Court's demise are unexaggerated, because here's the thing. I was talking about this with chat. r/AITA is completely washed. It's all AI generated and made up. r/AITAH, we're going to try it a little bit later. It may be washed. It may not be washed. Chat told me check out this subreddit called r/2hottakes, which apparently is a podcast, but it kind of, I guess we have a shared convergent evolution in that we do some content where we talk about social situations and see where we land on the way things went down. You should check out Server Life as well and r/DoorDash. I could do that. I'm not talking about the dude who spent $1,200 on Hooters, though, on DoorDash, because we already went through that. We already talked about that yesterday. I'm not bringing it back, okay? This one is super heavy, by the way. Really? How could this be super heavy? I dumped my boyfriend for leaving my closet door open? Sorry if the title sounds clickbaity. My ex posted on Am I the Asshole with Am I the Asshole for not wanting to close my girlfriend's closet? And I just wanted a place to respond. My now ex-boyfriend and I were together for 2 years. Would have been 3 years next month. We meet through a mutual friend because of our similar interests. For context, I've lived in my apartment for about 4 years. The mutual friend stayed in the beginning. Now, listen, I'm not trying to create family drama here. And this is so much not related to the actual content of the post. We need to have a revolution in the education system to teach people how to tell stories. This story may be interesting, but you have to get me there. Because you're not, I was going to say you're not paying me to listen to you. Like if this was a therapist, then sure, you add all the context and stuff like that, but you got to hook me early. It reminds me of like my wife was talking to my niece when we were away on vacation, and she was trying to ask my niece the details of a vacation that she took with her sister. And the first thing that my 11-year-old niece said was, well, 2 months ago, my cousin was staying with us. And I was just like, what are we doing with the English teachers in this country? We're from 2 different countries, but we share a lot of culture at least. It's a simple question where I want relevant details. And then you're giving me Peter Jackson's The Hobbit first. Like you got 3 movies that are leading up to the actual stuff that I want to see. And there's a good, it's nice to build a moment, don't get me wrong, but I don't know who any of these people are. I've lived in my apartment for 4 years. The mutual friend stayed in the beginning, but they moved 3 years ago. So since then, I've been living on my own. I was originally going to have my boyfriend move in with me once my lease ended, but of course, change of plans. Okay. So my ex posted on Am I the Asshole for leaving my closet door open, yet he missed very important details. One question that kept appearing was, why didn't I close the door even though I never leave it open? Okay, so she never opens her closet. So that's why she never has to close it, I think. Ever since I was little, I've trained my brain to always make sure the closet door was closed. When I was 6, I was sharing a room with my older sister. One night she went over to her friend's house for a sleepover. My parents and I got home a little bit late. I kept hearing a noise from somewhere, but wasn't sure where and just assumed it was the AC. I laid on my back just staring at the roof and heard my closet door being opened. My bed was faced towards my closet, so when I moved my head down, I could see this old man coming out of it. I screamed and my parents came running in. My dad grabbed me and I saw my mom hitting that man with one of her favorite pans. We called the police and later found out the man was homeless, must have snuck in while we were away and hid in my closet when he heard my parents' car come in. This is crazy. Like I'm, they're never beating this post is fake allegations on Reddit. Why her favorite pan? Like that's just one of the I hate, one of my pet peeves is when someone accuses you of something and then you are innocent of the accusation, so you say that's not true, and then they say that's exactly what someone who was guilty would say. That's extremely annoying because there's no counter to that. You're like, the only thing you can do is say, yeah, that's right. And then they'd be like, wait a minute, you admitted to it too easily. You must be innocent. That being said, I've always heard that when people lie, they have a tendency to add unnecessarily specific details to the situation. So I don't think that the average person would be like, they need to know that it was my mom's favorite pan. Tomo, you gotta go. This requires a consistent throughput on train of thought. He bit me. Am I the asshole? It didn't like hurt or anything. He was just giving me a warning. But what's your problem? Holy cow. Since then, I've suffered from PTSD in fear of someone coming in my closet again. I mean, I think that if this story is real, that makes perfect sense. That seems pretty fair. I slept with my parents for a few years after that. We moved to another state once I hit high school. Parents got me a therapist when the incident occurred, and to this day, I'm still going to therapy. I feel like it wasn't working just because I was venting, and the therapist would go, how does that make you feel, instead of suggesting something to help me? Well, I'm not going to get into the backseating on whether or not the therapist was good, but I don't know if is that a reasonable expectation for therapy? That you go and explain your problem and then your therapist is just going to go, oh, what you're going to do is like tap on the side of your head 5 times before you go to sleep, and that should sort you right out. That was until my current therapist, she suggested I could use something by a nightlight and place it by the closet, and then I asked if I used something else, like something that could stick onto the walls. It was first these big glow-in-the-dark dino stickers. I felt kind of silly about it first when I did put it up, but when I had my sleep paralysis, I was still scared, but now I was able to tell what was sleep and what wasn't, and it gave me a sense of comfort. I changed the themes occasionally to dinos, planets, and now stars. For the past 7 years, it's worked for me. Moving on. I'm sorry. Because you know what I'm trying to not say is that this sounds like the person writing this is 8 years old. I'm not suggesting like that this is fake necessarily. And people are saying like, no, this is a real thing that you do for sleep paralysis. I'm not touching that issue at all because I don't have any expertise on that issue. I'm just saying I don't think that the average like person in their 20s would add the detail of like, I used glow-in-the-dark stickers and then I changed them from dinosaurs to planets and now stars. Like that, most people would know that that is an element that is not really relevant to the story at hand. I feel like this is, again, tangential to the point. When you're telling a story, there's a flywheel. You want to tell the story. Your natural inclination is going to be to give as many details as possible. You need to fight that instinct. You need to hook them early, give them I don't want it to sound like a high school essay prompt, but you have to basically give them, here's what the point of the story is going to be, establishing details, dilemma behavior, did I do the right thing? There's no need for all this, I was wearing my Lightning McQueen pajamas at the time, I had chicken noodle soup for dinner that night. Like, unless you threw up chicken noodle soup all over the dude that was hiding in your closet, it's not necessary. Like, there's this post could have been a meeting, which could have been an email, which could have been a text, which could have been an emoji. Maybe skull emoji, closed door skull emoji. I moved out of my parents' home at 20 to live in an apartment with a friend who I met in college. I only went for 2 years. No, it doesn't matter. It's a Reddit post, not an English assignment. Yeah, but it's like, this is not how people talk to each other. You should be bringing this up with your therapist. She understood me completely. She only left it open once when she came home from a night shift. She was remorseful, never did it again. Now to me ex. We pretty much clicked when we met, had similar hobbies, liked exploring new foods. It was fun. I also told him about my trauma, asked that I didn't mind it open during the day, but at night it needs to be closed no matter what. He could still put or take something out of it, but close it back up. He complied throughout the entirety of our relationship. It wasn't until a few months ago where he started to act very controlling. He would say small comments about certain foods I would eat, like how it's affecting my liver or something, and recommended other things. It started getting to the point where he suggested I quit my job at one point when he finished college and moved in, but I told him it'd be beneficial for both of us to be working. He never asked again. However, he did start asking things like if I could cook for him, even though I said I was tired from work, would I stop working if he made enough money for the both of us, if I still wanted kids? I think he wanted to ask me to become a stay-at-home wife mother, but I could be overanalyzing. What happened to the closet door, man? This is the top post of the month? On the night before we broke up, when he decided to test me, I had the worst hallucinations since I was a teenager. I wake up, see the door open, and start to imagine the man I saw all those years ago. When I woke up the next day, it was around 4 a.m. I was able to move and started to cry immediately to a point where I couldn't shred any more tears, and apart from the migraine from crying too hard, I felt a numbness. So when he woke up a few hours later, I waited for him in the kitchen, just honestly feeling tired. I didn't yell, just spoke in a monotone voice. I told him how I had one rule, and that was to close the door. He got defensive, saying he felt like I was lying about my trauma just to see if he would care for me. I told him to leave while I thought things over. I never ignored him, and he never texted me the whole week, but now I know for sure there's no saving this relationship, and you can get your stuff from your brother. I already told him what you did. Now she's cut. What'd she say fuck me for? So good luck. I'll be moving in with my sister out of town. I'm not renewing my lease. I just want to be with people who actually support me. Okay. Like, good for you. I don't know what to say. I'm a little lost because I feel like I'm inundated with details. Your boyfriend left your closet door open. The only relevant detail here is that you have PTSD related to your closet, that seems completely fair. I don't care about the dinosaur stickers, glow in the dark, nightlight, planets, stars. Your boyfriend wants you to become a stay-at-home mother, even though you don't have kids. You went to college, but only for 2 years. He wants you to eat foods that are good for your liver instead of bad for your liver. Like, this has nothing to do with anything. Are you the asshole? Is there a question involved in this post? Is she the asshole? I don't know if anybody's the asshole. I feel like your boyfriend made a mistake and didn't close the door. And honestly, without being rude, like, your story is too insane for me to possibly give a verdict on your behavior, quite frankly. I think you were both upset, but this is impossible to judge. It's like a magic eye puzzle. I can't add anything more to the post, so I'm answering some questions people keep asking. Why is this shit written in like a creepy font? Why did he keep going in the closet? I feel like people are assuming he would go in every hour, but no, he would come in just to get his textbook if he was studying an exam. And it was like once every few weeks, and I'd still be awake watching a movie on my phone. Why didn't I close the door? I always do. Right before I go to bed, first thing I do is close the closet. It's like if you turn off the lights, this is like without... I'm not trying to make light of this person's trauma, okay? These are the things that you concern yourself with when you're like 8 years old. The PTSD associated with the closet is a different issue, but like if you're getting into an argument with your boyfriend about like you turned the light on, so you should be the person who turned the light switch off is insanity. This like little kid social dilemmas. Like it's just too much, man. Why am I going to get up from bed to close the closet if he's the one who left it open, especially if I'm dealing with sleep paralysis? What was his alternatives? He commented on how the closet squeaks. I told him I did find it annoying at first when I moved here, but our friend said it would be a good way to hear if someone was moving it. So this is why the door is squeaky. I don't want to close it because the door is squeaky. He wanted to remove the door or put a lock on it. I told him I did want locks, but my landlord wouldn't allow any changes to any of the doorknobs. Are we still together? No. Are his friends and family on his side? No. Turns out his just told him I got angry about him leaving the door opens once. What are you talking about? I just don't understand what is happening here. She's responding to questions. My take as a streamer, so we're not in the same boat because I don't have the same kind of PTSD. But I get asked questions like all the time. It's up to you as the person with agency in the situation, as the quote unquote OP, in order to choose which questions need to be responded to. Like sometimes I'll be in the middle of a rant and someone, for example, you see it right there, there's some self-awareness, someone typed, when is Isaac coming back? I don't need to surface that into the narrative right now. Just because somebody asks you a question doesn't mean the response is warranted. You know, if I was playing Spelunky and someone said, when is Isaac coming back, then there's some relevancy there, especially because it's a one-word answer. Tomorrow! Hang on, librarian, can I get you know what I'm asking for here, right? This has 2,700 upvotes. For anyone who has ever experienced sleep paralysis, it is literally paralysis. You couldn't just get up to close the door if you wanted to. Yeah, I know. But like, it's not a serious question, right? Like if somebody is nobody's asking you like, why didn't you close the door when you were paralyzed? Like the question answers itself. They did though? Yeah, but I mean, that's not like, that doesn't make their case better. I'm not a rhetoric Andy. But at the same time, just because somebody asks you the worst question of all time and you answer it, that doesn't mean it makes your case any better. Half2N, thank you for the gifted subscriptions, by the way. Thank you. I had horrible sleep paralysis my whole life. That's fine. I mean, it's not fine. That sucks, is what I mean to say. But I'm like, what does it have to do with the story? Is this how you collapse posts on old Reddit? I read the title and I clicked instantly because, ooh, girl, I want to read your update because he's definitely the arsehole. It does sound like he made a mistake, but why are they, they're dragging the dude like so much. I think I only have a single toe in the culture of too hot takes right now, okay? So I'm just on regular Am I the Asshole? The top post would be like, you sound crazy and your boyfriend didn't do anything wrong. He should delete Reddit, get a lawyer, go to the gym, etc., etc. This, right now, just from post 1, this seems like it might be an inverted version of that. I saw that post and it made me so mad. Okay, apparently I need to see the original post in order to have a conversation here. That makes sense. Telling you he thought that you were lying about your trauma for attention from him, that's gross. That guy is icky. I'm adding it to my how not to give my wife the ick post. Or my notes app. Don't gaslight her into thinking she's pretending to have trauma for attention. I'm putting that... it'll be item number 935. One item above it is leaving my seatbelt buckled on the airplane after the sign turns off that allows you to take your seatbelt off. One above that is slipping on my shoes instead of untying the laces and then putting my feet into the shoes and then tying them back up. Right above that is... drinking a soda by turning the aluminum tab so that the holes line up and then you can put the straw into that, and then sipping on the Diet Coke like this, like Cindy Crawford in a commercial. There's a few. Bringing my own cheese slice to a restaurant. Keep cooking. He's on a roll. Crying during Lady Bird on the airplane. Choosing to watch Lady Bird instead of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 on the airplane. So much for you speaking out about not being broke up. Ha ha ha, she left you. How you feel? She dodged a massive bullet with this one for being insensitive about her own trauma. Holy cow, they're snitch posting the guy who got dragged. This is crazy, man. I'm not sure if I should be on this subreddit. This is crazy. Well, this post, I just think that perhaps I didn't have the relevant details. That's fine. It's just like the length of the post kind of... It's kind of flabbergasted me, okay? My boyfriend had to clean my poop. This was so fucking long, bro. This was about 4 years ago now, but was and still is hands down the single most embarrassing moment of my life. Back in 2019, I was training horses and was at a 12-week international competition for show jumping. For the first time in my career, I had a string of horses to show for clients, which in this field is a pretty big step. I'll be honest, I didn't have the sort of childhood that allows me to understand what's happening here. I did, there were some horse-related individuals in my high school for sure. But I don't really understand. I don't even know what dressage is. Dressage is like a dog show mixed with a dog agility course. Is that correct? It's just fancy walking horses. It's when the horses crip walk. I don't know. I didn't have the kind of childhood that allows me to understand what that is either. To be honest, I need you to put it in rural Ontario terminology. One morning, I was inspecting a horse's leg who had accidentally cut himself. While I was hunched over inspecting the wound, someone walked by and shook a tarp, which scared the ever-living crap out of me. In his panic, he bolted forward and kicked out, catching me in the side and sending me flying. All right. Pancake Raptor, thank you for the gifted subscriptions, by the way. Thank you. The people love React Court, don't they? Don't they? Folks, React Court, Ripley, Chibley, Ripley, believe it or not, Ripley's here. Ridley, Olivia Munn. I did everything right and they said I was the asshole. They indicted me. I quickly got up and ran away to avoid being stomped on, but it was then I realized I couldn't stand up straight. I tried to walk it off, but the pain only got worse, and eventually I couldn't sit or stand anymore, so I laid down in the dirt and discovered I couldn't get back up. I ended up taking an ambulance to the nearest hospital and learned the kick from the horse fractured 2 of my vertebrae, severely bruised my kidney, and tore many tendons and muscles in the area. Not the asshole. I spent 8 days in the hospital as I was a fall risk and couldn't walk or really even move for that matter. The pain was so severe, my team of doctors had me on numerous medications. One was a notorious painkiller, Oxy. While the Oxy helped the immobilizing pain, it also made me extremely constipated. I wasn't able to pass a bowel movement until my final day in the hospital after pounding prune juice, milk of magnesia, and loads of laxatives. Nonetheless, after 8 days, I was able to pass the most horrific bowel movement of my life, and they sent me home. I went back to my apartment. I went back to the apartment my boyfriend of 1 year and I lived in, as we didn't have the funds for rehab. We also did not have the funds for an in-home nurse to help me, so my paramedic student boyfriend graciously stepped up and became my full-time caretaker. He kept track of my medications, assisted me when I needed to get up, rotated my heating pad and ice packs, you name it. This sweet soul had it taken care of. Okay, where does it all go wrong? Did he not close the closet door? Is that too soon? Fast forward to day 7 of me being home, and again, I had not passed another bowel movement. I was weaning off the pain meds at this point because I couldn't handle the constipation anymore. Around 9 p.m. that evening, I felt things shifting in my gut and told my boyfriend I needed to go to the bathroom. He carefully got me out of bed and up with my walker so I could make our way to the bathroom. Once I was situated on the toilet, he let me be. After 20 to 30 minutes of struggling, I called him back and said it's not going to happen. My boyfriend lifted me on... By the way, can I say, this story is long, but everything has been relevant so far. Thank you to the original poster here. In this case, there's not that much fat to cut. Everything so far has pushed the story along. I'm not saying you couldn't make it a little bit more concise, but he saw me turning white and sat me back down on the toilet. Now that I was sitting again, I started regaining consciousness and felt the monstrous bowel movement involuntarily start exiting my colon with a scary amount of force. In that moment, I was so relieved. I looked at my boyfriend, who was still holding me up, and said, "It's happening. I'm finally shitting. Go, go, go." And I attempted to shoo him away. All as those words left my mouth, I saw my boyfriend's face drop, and I noticed the god-awful liquid shit that had been brewing in my gut for the past 7 days was in fact pooling around my bottom. That's when I realized, when I had begun passing out, my boyfriend shut the toilet lid. Now I'm sitting here on a closed toilet with what seemed like gallons of liquid shit flying out of my ass all over myself, the toilet, the walls, and the floor, while my poor boyfriend stood there petrified. I instantly started crying. I kept trying to make my boyfriend leave while still shitting and sobbing. "You closed the lid? No. Why did you close the lid? I'm so sorry. You don't want to see this. Get out." When all was said and done, I was sitting there desperately clenching the handles on my granny walker, sobbing, covered with nothing but a shirt and my own 7-day-old diarrhea. The first thoughts running through my head were, he's going to leave me. This is the most disgusting thing ever. He's never going to be able to look at me ever again. Between my sobs, my trooper of a boyfriend said, "It's okay, I closed the lid because I wanted you to have a stable seat when you started passing out. In hindsight, I knew you came in here to poop, so it probably wasn't the best move. Let's get you in the shower and I'll take care of this." Nobody's the asshole? This is just it's story time. He carefully moved me into my shower chair while I was still bawling and apologizing and started the water for me so I could begin cleaning up the horrific mess. Meanwhile, I watched this saint of a man calmly clean up the crime scene without so much as a single dry heave. After that, he got into the shower with me since I could barely move on my own. Okay, and now they've been together 5 years. We got married, bought our house, 3 wonderful pets, etc., etc. I mean, I'm glad the story ended like this. This is nice. Because I feel like we've had Am I the Assholes before, where like, here's the thing, and people are going to take this in the worst way possible, but it's just life, man. Remember there was a Am I the Asshole post where it was like my boyfriend got mad at me because I peed on the floor by accident when I was pregnant? And then like half of the people were like, your boyfriend's crazy. You got like a 8-pound weight resting on your bladder and you're like, it happens. And then half of the people were like, well, if you're the one who pissed, you better fucking clean it up because I'm not cleaning up anybody's piss, okay? That means you own me. If I'm cleaning up your piss, that elevates you above me in the relationship, and that's not okay because I'm the man. But like, if you are in a relationship with someone for long enough, you're probably going to end up, you're probably not going to end up cleaning up an entire week's worth of diarrhea, but like, you'll end up cleaning up some bodily fluids at some point. People get sick, they throw up, my wife's never like pissed on the ground or anything like that, but the same thing, you're going to have to help them through C-section recovery or like any kind of surgical recovery and stuff like that. It just happens, man. It's like the Crawdad song by Andy Griffith. You clean my piss and I'll clean your piss now, honey. You clean my shit and I'll clean your shit now, babe. You clean my puke and I'll clean your puke and go down to the crawdad hole. You do a line and I do a line now, honey. Like, that's the give and take of a relationship. If you want that level of connection and intimacy and you want to be, married to the person that you think is the love of your life for like 50 years, you're going to have a piss. You're going to have to clean up some piss. You're going to have to clean up some shit. Why be a big deal about it? Or why make a big deal about it? I also want to say that this comes up all the time because, when we told people we were having a kid, they were like, oh, are you ready for the diapers? The diapers aren't shit, bro. We're potty training our kid right now. She's doing a lot better, but for like a month, every once in a while, piss on the floor. What do? You were being pissed on the ground. You fucking get the paper towels and clean it up, and then you put her in her high chair and give her a snack, right? Like, it's just piss and shit. Like, if that's as bad as it gets, it's okay. It's not pleasant, but at the same time, just like relax. I fear that we're raising, I was going to say the weakest generation of all time. That's not what I mean. I feel like it's too tempting to infantilize yourself. Let me put it that way. You know what kind of bug I hate? I hate silverfish, okay? Not just the Minecraft version. Those are creepy in their own way. I hate silverfish. I find them disgusting. I don't know what it is about them. They just creep me out. Literally yesterday, we moved into this house like a month ago. I got out of the shower and there was a silverfish on the bathroom floor. First thought that came to me was like, oh, fuck, it's over. We got to sell the house. Then I said, fuck that. Life's hard. And I stepped on him and then I cleaned off my foot. And I said, I'm not letting one little bug ruin my life. Are you crazy? Like if you have a phobia or something like that, it's a different story. But it's the same thing. You got a good relationship with your fiance, your boyfriend, or your girlfriend. They have like medically induced accidental diarrhea when they almost lost consciousness. Of course you clean it up. What are you going to do? You're going to, you shit on the floor because a fucking horse kicked you in the kidney. That's disgusting. Just get over it, man. But I will say I'm going to lose it if like the top post here is talking about how your boyfriend shouldn't have closed the toilet lid. Couples that go through the really bad shit usually stay together the longest. Please receive this upvote and vacate the city limits immediately. Careful telling her to vacate. Vacate the shitty limits. This reply is not getting the attention it deserves. I cackled. I fucking hate Reddit, dude. I fucking hate this shit. This post could be like, my whole family died in a car explosion. The top comment is always like, wow, this blew up. People are like, you're so going to hell for this incredible joke. My boyfriend cleaned up my shit once when I was sick too. Sat down on the couch and all of a sudden diarrhea had come out of me. That's an interesting use of the passive voice, but I understand. This was so early in our relationship and he could have left me, but he cleaned it up and didn't poke too much fun at me. A house and 3 pets later, we're still together. Listen, cleaning up a stranger's shit, if you are not like a nurse or something like that, makes you a saint. You do not have to be a wonderful human to clean up your fiance's diarrhea once. You just have to be like a normal person. You're dating someone for like 2, you live together with someone, they poop themselves and you're going to be like, I'm breaking up with you? That's way harder than just cleaning the shit, man. That doesn't, I'm not saying your boyfriend's not a wonderful person, but I'm just saying like, he's got to do more than that, I hope. How come I'm the only one who's like, fuck that guy with the tarp? Whatever. I once literally shit our bed. I woke up feeling something wet and thought the cats puked in the bed. I woke up my girlfriend and in a daze put her in the shower as I changed the sheets. As I went to shower myself, I realized it came from me. I was right. I right there had a choice. Blame the cats for the rest of my life or come clean. I decided I couldn't live a lie, so I told her that's not cat puke. She responds half awake and says, oh no, is the dog sick? That's actually a good joke. That's a funny one. I said, no, it was me. We laughed and went to bed on clean bed sheets. Like Garth says in Wayne's World, if you blow chunks and she comes back, she's yours. But if you spew and she bolts, then it was never meant to be. So true. Well, that's just a nice, real story there. That was a good palate cleanser. I did want to see this one, even though I think like most people are going to be on the same page. Am I the asshole for not switching my first class seat with a 10-year-old boy's economy seat so he could sit with his family? Sometimes you just need like a softball, right? I don't know if there's going to be a twist in this story. I feel like everybody knows that if you are all in economy class, here's where I stand. Let's get a little controversial because otherwise this is going to be a layup. Whether I have an aisle, a window, or a middle seat, if we're all in the same class on the airplane and someone comes up to me and says, hey, could you and my kids swap seats so we can all sit together? I would say yes. Even and maybe it means wonderful people are more out there than you would expect. I would move from seat 12D to seat 41J or whatever. I don't mind getting off the airplane 8 minutes later. Like I feel like I'm a relatively sane individual, and I'm not gonna sweat moving from a window to a middle or something like that. It doesn't bother me that much. That being said, that does not apply across pricing tiers. You can't use your kid to guilt someone into giving up their first class seat that might have cost like over $1,000 just so that your whole family can sit together. What you should do, and this is like, it raises another issue. I hate to, default to traditional gender responsibilities. If you're the dad, you eat shit, you go back in economy. Mom and the 10-year-old sit together in first class next to a stranger who paid for their own seat, and you enjoy like 3 hours of silence watching a movie and not having to go up into the overhead bin to get snacks all the time, and maybe you could order like 3 beers before the plane lands. That's the trade-off, okay? And then you lose because you lose the first class seat, but you win because they think you were being a great dad, but really you just needed some you time. So you traded family responsibility for like a less comfortable seat, but it made you look like a better person. It could easily be a win-win-win-win-win, okay? Background info. I have been planning a trip to San Francisco for about a year at this point and booked my tickets a year in advance. Around a month or two before the trip, the airline called me saying they'd like to upgrade me to first class due to my points in being a member. I had never flown first class before, so to say I was so excited was an understatement. I made sure to do everything possible in the lounge before my flight. It was a 13-hour flight? This is crazy, man. I thought it would be like a 4-hour flight, and I was still like, that's audacious. But 13 hours is crazy. This is like a Australia to San Francisco flight. You're right, it's a Chiblee flight. About an hour into the flight, a flight attendant comes up to me and asks if I'd be willing to swap seats with a 10-year-old boy who was in economy so he could sit with his family in first class. Can I also say something that is going to sound like it comes from r/antinatalism or r/child-free? So in all likelihood, chat will love this. If the kid is 5, it's important that they sit with their family. A 10-year-old kid? 10-year-old kid could be by himself. Like, you shouldn't leave your 10-year-old like out in the city for 13 hours, but it's an airplane. What's he gonna do? You should fucking watch PJ Masks or whatever. They serve you a meal, eat the meal, go pee, come back and watch Big City Greens, take a nap. Like he's 10 years old. It's a 13-hour flight. What's he gonna do? Watch his iPad next to his parents instead? If he was 7, there's like still some separation anxiety being around strangers and stuff like that. But 10? I mean, he goes to school for like 8 hours a day by himself. From what I was told, the 2 parents were both members and had also received upgrades, also not realizing their son wasn't able to be upgraded with them. So they got their first class tickets, but he was stuck in economy. The flight attendant began giving me some options as if I had no choice but to move, and she was saying things like I'd get another free upgrade on another flight or a full refund. I asked her if there was any chance I could stay in my seat because I genuinely thought I was being kicked out, and she said the 2 parents and I were the only upgraded passengers on the flight and there were no other first class seats available. So let me get this straight. In first class, there's still classes. Because you can only apparently ask people that got a free upgrade to go back to economy for swapping seats. People that paid for first class are the real first class passengers. If you got bumped to first class, you're actually second class. You're in like an in-between class between first class and economy. I didn't know that. If this was a different situation, such as they overbooked and the boy had purchased a ticket, it would be a different story. No, it isn't, because that's nice of you to say, but fuck the airline for that. That's the airline's problem. You have an obligation within reason, you have an obligation to adhere to the strict terms of the deal that you made when you purchased the ticket. I get that you got the free upgrade, but they didn't have to give you a free upgrade. They gave you a free upgrade in exchange for the points that you got for flying with them. If they overbook the airplane, that's the airline's fault, and that's where they start the auction, where it's like, we're going to give you $600 to get the fuck off the airplane, and then nobody take it because they could go up to 5,000. If this was a different... Blah, blah, blah. Also, I may have considered it if the parents had bought their tickets, but they hadn't either. No hate for the flight attendant. She was polite and respectful during the ordeal. She accepted my decision and said everything was okay. They were going to figure it out. Never saw the parents as they were sitting far away from me. I did get shamed by an old woman in the seat next to me who told me I made a child sit on their own for 13 hours. I get a 13-hour flight alone for a child is scary, but I saw him walk up and down the aisles like every hour to meet his parents, so it wasn't like he was alone. Honestly, this not the asshole in any way. I don't see how this person could be the asshole. If anything, I want to say the parents are assholes, but I can only speak from my own experience, okay? The dad is the asshole. Because I'm not saying that the mom couldn't have also swapped instead so that the kid could sit with the dad. But if Kate and I were in this situation, I wouldn't even ask anybody to swap seats. I would have just been like, you take this seat, I'm going back to economy, and I'll see you when we cross over the Pacific Ocean. I think it's very boomer coded to clutch like your first class seat as an adult. Like, so that let me put it this way. When people are so protective of like having a little bit of legroom and like a larger seat and like free food and drink, I'm like, we're not cut out we don't deserve the world we live in. We're surrounded by modern conveniences, modern pleasures. If the worst thing about giving up your seat to your own kid is that your knees are going to be a little hurt at the end of it, you can complain about it. That's our lot in life, but you got to suck it up and do it. Also, it's their fault for not even checking to see if their kid was getting upgraded. At no point, the person in the original post here has no responsibility for any of this. How could they have possibly known? So I feel like the dad fucked up, honestly. That's my take. I feel like if the dad is just a bad person, then it's on the mom to swap because she's the one who chose to marry the idiot. And you've got to pay the piper for that, probably more often than you'd like. But it's definitely not on anybody else. I'm sure 2 people in economy would have been glad to swap with the parents. So true. So true. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I'm sure 2 people in economy would have been glad to swap with the parents. +2. This. Parents should prioritize their kids, not expect someone else to prioritize their kids. +2. It's true. Succinct and well put. Little ironic. Just maddening behavior to ask a total stranger to spoil your child. I'm going to give this a +0 because I don't disagree, but this comment didn't add anything. Knowing people these days, I would guess the parents knew this full well ahead of time. They were probably given the option to upgrade the last ticket for a nominal amount and declined, hoping to guilt someone in this exact situation. Also, why didn't one of the parents take the economy seat and leave the child? Okay, listen, the first part here, this is a -2. This is what happened in your head. There is no indication that this happened in reality. You are assuming the worst in people and you're making something up. Now, I understand it's comforting to believe the worst of people, but we don't know that this is true. LOL, you are so right. Funny, they would rather have a child sit alone than one of them give up their first class seat. This makes the parents the biggest assholes of all. We're taking it back to a +2. All right, well, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Okay, don't worry about the old lady. We all know she should have kept her mouth shut. It seems like everybody, this is what I said, everybody needs a layup sometimes, you know? These are all, everybody's saying the same thing. I was hoping there would be like one, you're the asshole, that we could kind of, eviscerate, but I don't want to talk about this. If I had been the dumb $$ parent who did that, Sort by controversial? No, because those people, the people who write those comments, you know the top comment is going to be like, let me guess, you're vaccinated. This one's crazy. Just in the title. Holy cow, it's a short one. My boyfriend, 21M, said I need to learn a lesson for not listening to him. Excuse me, Tomo, you can't just be in the chords, okay? Holy cow. Tomo in the chords. Are you in the chords? I met my boyfriend Liam 5 years ago during an after-school project. We became really close friends and started dating 1 year ago because he told me he's had feelings for me for a long time and wanted... Okay, so you're in high school. That's fine. I don't want to read this. You're just a little kid. I get you're 19, but like this is not... These aren't... I know that like they're not in high school now, but like 19, they're basically in high school. They might be in like their second semester of college. They're in high school. I'm sorry to tell you, okay? Just like they're not enrolled in a high school, but the stage of their life is still high school, okay? I'm not saying they don't have real problems. I'm just saying this is probably not a real problem when viewing it through an adult lens, okay? A few months ago, he told me he gets really uncomfortable with me skateboarding. You see what I'm saying here? This is not something that happens to couples in their 30s, and it's not just because if we fell down on a skateboard, we'd probably suffer a more grievous injury than, you know, these little kids who are still elastic, essentially. He wants me to stop skateboarding because he was afraid I would get hurt. Skateboarding has been one of my hobbies that my big brother got me into since I was a little girl, and there was nothing that would deter me from doing it. It's one of those things in life that makes me happy and exhilarated. Earlier this week, I broke my leg and got a grade 3 concussion while attempting a new trick on the skateboarding ramp. Well. Ooh. I'm still in the hospital. My boyfriend has refused to come visit me. He said he's warned me and I need to learn my lesson for not listening to him, so next time I will obey him because he's always right. My best friend and my family have all visited me, and my mother and big brother have stayed in the hospital with me most of the time. And I get it. I didn't heed his warning, but he could have at least come and seen me and asked how I'm doing. Shouldn't he still care? Obviously, he's insane, but he is also 21. I'm not saying like you should forgive him. I'm just saying like, you know, this is what happens when you date a 21-year-old boy. Now, you're a 19-year-old girl, so I get it. But at the same time, like, no, he's obviously the asshole. 21 is young. Get out of here. I was going to say it's too old to be doing stuff like this. But you're probably, if you're 21 right now and you're like, I'm smarter than this guy, that's probably true. But you're probably doing some fucked up stuff that you don't even know about. Your ass probably letting like 8 plastic containers of spinach turn into green juice in your refrigerator like every week, and then you're like throwing them out, and then when you go to the grocery store the next time, you're like, oh, I need spinach because I had to throw out the spinach, and then just like rinse and repeat. You'll probably do that shit for like 6 more years. It's crazy. It's just irrational behavior. I have irrational behavior as a 34-year-old as well, but it's not this. Like, that's crazy. Go to hell, you asshole. I'm not saying if you're 21, you're stupid, okay? I'm just saying you will look back on yourself in 10 years and be like, holy fuck, I was stupid. You might be the smartest 21-year-old you know. I was stupid when I was 21 too. You just like your brain, I know it's insulting to be like your brain's not fully developed, but you should take advantage of that because like if you tried pulling this shit when you were like 40, someone would shoot and kill you. If you do that at 21, you know, you got a few more years, you can still get away with it without it being an indictment of your character. By the way, Razir, thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Thank you. What's the irrational behavior here? Him telling her that, him refusing to visit his girlfriend in the hospital because he told her that she would get hurt. Even if take it from a 34-year-old, okay? If I told my wife not to do something because she might get hurt, and then she did it and she got hurt, I would be the first person to go to the hospital, and I would say, "Oh my God, are you okay?" And then she would talk, and then I would be like, "Well, well, well." You got to do the first part. You got to be sympathetic because this is the person that you're supposedly in love with. I'm in love with my wife. These two are 19 and 21. Who knows what's going on there, right? She might be like, my boyfriend's an asshole. I can't believe I'm going to spend the rest of my life with him. You know, I don't know how you think at that age. It's been a long time since I've been there. It's irrational. I know that much. I mean, if you're in your 30s and you're like, I told you not to do, like your spouse, you're like, I told you not to do something, and then they do it and they're in the hospital and you're like petty enough to not visit them because of that, like you're just stupid. I'm cutting this kid some slack. If they were 45 years old, we'd say throw him out with the trash or whatever they say on Twitter whenever a man, I don't know, roots for the Washington Wizards. Anyway. On X, sorry, let that sink in. The word obey is a massive red flag to me here. Yeah, but you know, his lack of care and empathy is also very unpleasant. You think if you get injured and end up being in the hospital for multiple days and your boyfriend doesn't come visit you, that's a bit of a red flag? I'd say it's probably a bit of a red flag if the person that's supposed to, go to bat for you in almost every situation doesn't show up to the hospital when they could show up to the hospital, but instead they just are using it as a chip to win an argument. Are you prepared to never skateboard again? Once you stop skateboarding, your boyfriend will find a new thing to stop you from doing. This isn't even, why is nobody saying he's an asshole for coming to visit you in the hospital or for not coming to visit you in the hospital? Red flag, red flag, red flag. He's showing his true colors here. Listen to them. I also participate in the dangerous sport, horse jumping. Never has he asked me to stop doing what I love. Heck, he dropped everything and took me to get x-rays when I hurt my ankle so bad I couldn't walk. Then helped me around the house as much as possible. This sounds familiar. Is this the same person? This girl definitely poops. I'm shitting. You gotta find a good post. Should I just give up and divorce my husband? Yes. You don't even know. Her husband could be the same guy who cleaned up that diarrhea earlier. Look at your biases, okay? I, 31F, and husband, 31M, have been together for 8 years, married for 7. We got married fairly quickly due to him rejoining the military in the middle of our relationship and long distance not working for us. As a Canadian, is this not a life hack, right? It's like if your husband's in the military, don't you get married like right away because they give you a bigger house or something like that? I read that online, which means it could be completely made up. Yes, that's basic. And you get paid more money. Men in the military married men in the military get paid more money? That's crazy. For some reason. If you're married, you can live off base too. Holy cow. Unethical life pro tip. Get married. He never pretended to be anything other than who he is today. That's a bad start. So that is bad. He's a big gamer. And listen. I was watching this show on Netflix because I ran out of episodes of Love on the Spectrum. So I said, let's see what else is in the same vein here. And there's a show from South Africa called Save My Marriage. And it's like couples that are on the verge of divorce and they talk to like a marriage counselor. I was losing my mind because there's this couple that like they're engaged, but they're not married yet. And they were like, how much time do you spend together? And they said almost none. And the therapist said, well, what is your husband doing on weekends when he's not spending time with you? I swear to you, dude said watching anime, which is fine, but At some point, you got to spend some time with your spouse. And then she said, okay, watching anime. And what else? He said, I'm also a big gamer. And then he waited like 30 seconds and he said, also, there's the gym. But then the therapist assigned them homework to spend time together. They chose to write poems for each other, and they turned it into a competition. They said, if you write the best poem, I'll be your slave for a day. I'll do whatever you want. The winner takes all, okay? I swear to you, the woman wrote her poem, and it started, roses are red, violets are blue. I know you love me. I also love you. You're my dude. You're my guy. You're my ride and my die. And then he was like, wow, that was really good. I think you won. And she said, no way, read yours. And his was like a Maya Angelou. He was like, down, 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 deeper into the blue ocean of your love. Your attention helps me surface. I fill my lungs with the breath of your affection. And I was like, dude, he's blowing her out. This is a hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby. And then she was like, oh my God, that was beautiful. And he's like, honestly, I still think you won. I was like, oh man, this is good stuff. He cooked her, man. He knew what he was doing for sure. What's the show called? I think it's called Save My Marriage. It was so good, man. Oh, anyway. He's a big gamer, and I don't have an issue with having a healthy hobby, but he plays for hours every single night in lieu of spending time with me. Clutch SAT word, by the way. He refuses to find a hobby we can share together. I tried gaming, and it just isn't for me. There's a couple games I'll play with him from time to time, but I'm just not crazy about it personally. Here's the thing. It's no problem. Like, it's not like she made an error of like morals or ethics here. I feel like guys who are gamers don't want to play like a casual game with their spouse most of the time. They want to get the acetylcholine running in like ranked Warzone or Valorant or something like that. They don't want to boot up Pikmin 4 and like just pass the controller back and forth. They want to be like, it's a different kind of rush that you get, right? I'm getting minus. I think there's some truth to that. I'm saying some people would rather play like, It Takes Two with their spouse or something like that. And some people would rather mainline like ranked League of Legends. What if my girlfriend wants me to play Valorant and go, ah? You ever shoot your Reaper in the air and go, ah? I'm just not crazy about gaming personally. He's not romantic. He never buys me gifts on holidays, including my birthday or Christmas. You've been married for 8 years. Like, you gotta... Never? That's pretty bad. That's like a decade of no gifts on the 2 minimum days that you should be at least doing something. I put so much thought into his gifts and I spoil him every year, but he just can't be bothered for me. It's been a lonely 8 years. I don't feel seen. I don't feel loved. I just feel so alone. Worst part is he is happy. I give him everything. I let him do what he wants. I stopped complaining. So he's all good. He wouldn't change a thing, according to him. So last night he sits down at his computer. I ask, hey baby, tomorrow night, can we dedicate to just us and spend some time together? He takes this as an attack and goes on the defensive. He sighs and stands up and says, I guess I won't play tonight. And I insisted that he play, and I don't have a problem with it, that I was asking about tomorrow night. He plops into the chair next to me and starts pouting and giving me attitude. Anything I would say, he'd snap at me. So I said, baby, please go play. And he yells back, I don't feel like it now. It's like he wanted to punish me by not playing. He wanted to make sure spending time with him was miserable for the both of us. I can't tell you how many times I tried to reason with him and explain that I was talking about not gaming tomorrow night and that he could play tonight. He wasn't having it, so I had to remove myself and I laid down to go to bed. He came in a short while later and I forgot I had my makeup on. So I got up to get ready for bed. When I come out of the bathroom, he goes, baby, can I ask you something? I said, yes. He asked, did you know you were going to piss me off by asking me that? Oh, man, it's so good. I was blown away. All I could say was, wow. He asked, did you? I said, no, in fact, I did not think that by asking you to spend time with me, it would piss you off. He said, I'm not supposed to be angry by what you did. What I did, he says this as if I kicked a puppy or something. What I did, after he said that, I lost it and said, I don't think we should be together anymore. And I locked myself in the bathroom and sat there for a good 30 minutes remaining calm. After that, I got into bed and we didn't speak, but we also couldn't sleep either. We haven't really talked today, but he did kiss me on the head once earlier and said he loved me. But we didn't spend any time together tonight like I initially requested, so I didn't get what I wanted tonight or last night. I don't know if I want to keep doing this anymore. That seems extremely fair. Actually, that seems unfair. You should know if you don't want to do this anymore, because that just seems like unpleasant, honestly. There's an info request, though. I do need to know what game he's playing. I'm not saying I would understand it if it was like Call of Duty, but it would be like really, really funny if it was like Europa Universalis 4 or something like that. It's the Binding of Isaac. Same thing, different details. 15 years in tells me being happy doesn't even register on the list. It's enough. It's time. What does that even mean? Being happy doesn't even register on the list. I don't understand. That means she isn't happy? Finally, I suggested Taylor's, the place I knew she wanted to go anyway. I hate this fucking shit. I know you love him, but it's time to love yourself more. It needed saying twice. That's what the upvote button is for. Idiot, you didn't do anything. You know how in every Disney movie there's like the bad guy and then there's the sniveling underling that's like, yeah, boss, get him. This is minion behavior, man. You need to have more self-respect than to make posts like this. 100% of Reddit is like this. I know. This is part of the reason I like it, I guess. You can grieve what you had hoped for in the marriage, but he is a narcissist. I don't know if that's true, but he does seem like a big baby for sure. How about take this out of here? Oh, 100% leave. Why is nobody asking what game he played, man? Yes, leave him. Leave. What game is he playing? Is he playing Genshin Impact? He is an idiot and starving you from what is normal if you are married. My wife and I have been married 10 years, and last weekend I took time to plan a fun date night with going to a fancy restaurant and to a magic lounge after Sunday. Am I the bot? Because I don't know what this means. Has the world left me in the dust? After going to a fancy restaurant and to a magic lounge after Sunday. You don't go to the magic lounge? What is, apart from just being a day of the week, what is Sunday? People just type shit sometimes? I don't know. I had fun myself, but seeing her laugh and know she knows that I care will keep that spark that made me feel good, as you have to cherish the people you love. You sound delightful as a partner, and it's time to check out divorce.com and vote with your feet before another decade of this goes by. Did you actually drop like a www.divorce.com reference like Dr. Evil? www.zipit.com/gov. My boyfriend is a gamer. I'm also a gamer, just to clarify. We don't play the same games, but we do enjoy the hobby. And yesterday I walked into his game room and said, hey, baby, we haven't watched a movie in a while. Want to do that tonight? He said, yeah, find one. He played his game with his friends for a couple hours. then came to the living room around 5:30 and said, "Ready for movie night?" That shit is so funny, dude. This is how your request should have been received. How long should it take you to pick out a movie that's 2 hours long? Approximately 2 hours. Oh, they did say tonight. That's true. It's just funny. Like, they didn't say right now. You know what it is? Thank you again, Kitty Exorcism, for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. It reminds me of what life was like before having a child. It's like, because this is not a situation that my wife and I find ourselves in ever. Like, I'm not saying often, but it's like, if we want to watch a movie, it's like, we'll plan it at the latest, like the morning before, like the morning of, I should say. And that's like, put her to bed exactly this time. We'll pick the movie out in advance. We got 9 till 11:15 p.m. And then like there's definitely no like, pick it out. I'm going to play 2 more hours of Valorant. Exactly. They should have a kid. Yes. Just so they appreciated it, okay? That's all I'm saying. There's no taking 2 hours to pick out a movie anymore. You just find the worst looking show on Netflix and mainline it while you're batch making YouTube thumbnails, okay? My husband had a major emotional regulation disorder. The part where he was punished you for upsetting him and then later tried to resolve it by saying, "Don't upset me again," instead of learning how to have a functional conversation, sounded just like my husband. Holy cow, they're married to the same person. Now, what a twist. Yes, you should divorce your husband, though. I don't say that lightly. Hang on, I'm going to page 2. Am I the asshole for telling my mother-in-law to shut the frick up and kicking her out? Can I say that I just hate reading a post where it's like, it starts with, "I'm currently 36 weeks pregnant"? Because I'm just being honest with you. That throws a complete monkey wrench into the situation. That's like, you're 90% of the way through the pregnancy. Like, I can't criticize you for anything. I don't know what it's like. Wait, am I the asshole for demanding my husband get rid of our bidet? I, 29F, have been completely traumatized by my husband and our new toilet bidet. A couple months ago, my husband installed a bidet in our master bathroom, and I initially didn't think much about it. I know they're a lot more common now, but I'm actually using it, and I actually enjoy using it myself. That is until one day, I walked into our ensuite and heard moans, running water, and clapping sounds coming from the water closet while my husband was in there. I barged in and caught him full-on masturbating. This was not pinkies up. This was a clenched fist with the bidet running on his nether regions. I've been accused by chat of being a prude before. Am I crazy to think that this just doesn't feel like it would do much for me? Like, if someone is like squirting your... Well, I don't know what nether regions means here. Because, like, honestly, I think if a bidet was shooting at my testicles, that wouldn't even register, really. Like, that would almost be like a neutral feeling. If the bidet was shooting at the aperture, I think there would definitely be a sensation. What I'm imagining in my head is not a sensation that pairs well with arousal, but I recognize that everybody's different. It's just, this is, to be honest with you, is something I've never heard of for men before, but maybe I just need to open my mind. That's where your prostate is? Yeah, but there's no way that this bidet that he got on Amazon has a strong enough You know how like laser focused the aim would have to be for him to consistently be getting a shot to the prostate? It's like it was a 50 cal bidet or something like that. Like it's a little up there. I mean, it's got to be a Toto washlet is all I'm trying, or maybe a Hitachi. There we go. Sorry, I was gonna say Toshiba, but I don't think they make. I don't think they make tanks or personal massage devices. I think they just make TVs. Anyway, he instantly felt remorseful and leaped from the toilet to tend to me and my wounded hand. Wait, he slammed the door to the water closet, smashing my hand in the process. Okay, I see. Still fully erect, without thinking to shut off the bidet. The water stream went wild, spraying everywhere. It was a disaster. If not for the pain in my throbbing hand, I would have mistaken the incident for a fever dream. Anyway, I later asked him how often he does this, and he admitted it happens almost every time he goes number 2. He mentioned he enjoys the feeling of pressure on his bum while he pleasures himself. I guess I don't care so much about the logistics of how he chooses to get off. But after all this and the significant increase, no way, significant increase in your water bill. I don't buy it. No shot, dude. I get that it's cheaper in BC, but I pay the water bill. This dude would have to be sitting there like 4 hours a day for you to even notice. I told him to just get rid of it. Am I the asshole, or is there room for compromise? To answer some of your questions and concerns, the bidet doesn't. This shit is always, people get lost in the damn weeds, man. The bidet does not just shut off on its own. It's a manual one that you turn toward the back for bum and toward the front for coochie. I will admit to my overreaction about blaming my husband's newfound adventures on the raised water bill. It's the summertime. You're probably watering your damn lawn, you American. Well, they did say water closet, but... So yes, our water bill has gone up quite a bit, but not just because of him. Anyway, we're keeping the bidet. They've become a throuple. No, I'm not jealous of it. We have a great relationship. He promised to cut back a little, and I promised to knock next time. Okay, big win for this couple. I mean, I don't know what they want me to say. Like, are you the asshole for demanding their husband get rid of the bidet? I don't know. I would feel... Am I crazy to think that it would do a lot of damage to your relationship for your... Every time your husband said, I have to go poop, you just imagine him shooting his ass full of water and jerking off on the toilet? Like, I mean, I think that it would just... I think it would give your wife a little bit of ick. I'm not an ick whisperer. I'm just saying, like... I think they should be open to trying new stuff. I'm just saying it's... I don't know, it would be embarrassing for both parties. I think it would be kind of hard to come back from, but she seems okay. This should be a scene in a comedy. I was thinking South Park. Just imagine Randy or Cartman doing this. LOL, more so Randy. OMG, I can see an entire episode of this already in my brain. Randy gets a bidet. The joke understander has logged on. Sharon, it's the cleaner option. What do? Wipe our asses with paper like animals? No, we let the soothing power of water cleanse us, make us whole, make us real again. And excuse me, I need to use the bathroom now. I thought this was America. They took our jobs. They took our jobs. Can we add some smug? Oh, and the bidet needs to talk like the shake weight or Bebe's boobs. Smart bidet, good morning, Randy. Please choose power and temperature. After a little change thing can pop open to pay it. Lamau? You need to be on the writing team. This is perfect. In character, especially the end. Lol. Didn't they already kind of do that with the Japanese toilet episode? Dude, thank you. All these comments saying South Park should do a bidet episode. I'm thinking in my head, damn y'all fake South Parkers. People, there is a loneliness epidemic. This shit has nothing to do with the original post at all. These people are just reaching out looking for somebody to listen, man. Season 26, episode 3, Japanese toilet. Pretty funny episode. In the new season, he did get a bidet. Sadly, I don't even think Matt Stone and Trey Parker could make this shit up. So true. Matt Stone and Trey Parker could not make up a plot of a dude jerking off on the toilet. That is simply too crazy for even their revolutionary comedy minds to possibly conceive of. This sounds like a Seinfeld sketch where that a lady uses it like a water pick and for yada yada yada. I'm picturing a doctor recommending it to George's aging parents. Then he tries it and so is thrilled. He ends up, Jerry, dogs have they've been trying to tell us, don't put your ass in there. It's a water fountain that's never empty. What brand is that bidet? Asking for my boyfriend. It's got to be a Toto. Not a Toto. Good bidets will stop pumping water when you stand up. In the Hindi language, Toto means dick. OMG, this is the same person, man. This is the same person who said, I'm picturing an episode where Randy gets a bidet. OMG, this was the context I needed for the other comment to be amazing. Toto is also a brand of bidet in Japan. The joke understand there is logged on twice. Guess they are not from Kansas, not anymore. Can't bless the rains down in Africa either. Holy cow, man. This is crazy. I'm fascinated by this little subculture down here. I can't make a judgment. I'm laughing too hard. Hey, at least your husband has the cleanest asshole in town. A guy who enjoys being clean is 100% better than those guys who refuse to even wipe. Obviously, 118 upvotes. I prefer a clean asshole to an asshole covered in shit. Hot take. Are there really men who refuse to wipe? Spend enough time on Reddit. I've read many stories where men refuse to wipe because that's gay. There's no... I'm sorry. This has happened to one person in Earth's history, right? Just one individual. And then, like, it's being echoed across 7 billion people's... A friend of a friend added, you wouldn't know, there was a kid in their class that thought, no, for real. I don't know, maybe. Here we go. With the upcoming global water crisis, there needs to be a discussion about the bidet usage. I'm calling bullshit on the significant increase of usage. Let's talk about growing almonds in California and golf courses in Arizona. We know, man! We know! You sanctimonious motherfucker! It's just a funny post. Why you gotta bring golf courses in Arizona into this? Some people still believe that it's the little guy refusing to recycle his little plastic straws that's fucking up the environment. You're talking about a dude getting a prostate massage from his Amazon bidet. Like, it's not that you're wrong, it's just, what's the point? Look how much water the ocean uses, bro. I never thought of it that way. My boyfriend commented on my body hair last night. I'm not touching that one. He's not talking about her eyebrows. What is this post? Did I cheat on my husband? To feel some sense of self-worth, I slept with someone else. Yes, okay, you cheated. We don't need to read the whole post. Listen, you might have your reasons, but like I just had to find the topic sentence in there, right? It's okay. It doesn't make you the asshole necessarily. I'd need to read the whole post for that, but... I want my husband to fall in love with my sister? We went too many pages deep, man. There's another one. I pooped my pants and my husband cleaned it off of me. Wholesome. Am I the asshole for ruining my husband's birthday? Let's see. First off, sorry if this seems to ramble. Just have to get it out there and include as much information as possible. I'm 31, my husband's 32, we've been together for 13 years, married for 10. He's always had a temper and I'm a people pleaser. We have 3 kids together and with each one we struggled to conceive. With each kid I did the motherly duties as assigned, got them up at night, fed them, bathed them, bought them clothes. For reference, he has a 9-to-5 job, and so do I. As the kids got older, he seemed less interested in the parenting gig, and they just seemed to annoy him. He stopped giving them baths unless I asked him to, and when I did, he would always roll his eyes, say whatever, and do it. I could tell he hated doing it, so eventually I stopped asking and just did it. Okay? This continued with a bunch of things related to the house and kids. I'd ask him to do something. He'd complain and be upset and angry, and then I'd just do it. If I brought it up to him, he'd always revert to saying, I know I'm the asshole and I don't do anything, or he would throw it in my face that he pays the mortgage, and if I wanted him to help, I needed to ask him. He also stopped going with me to my parents' or grandparents' house, and when he did, everyone could tell he was not happy to be there. The day before his birthday, we were at my parents' house for supper, and I bought him a cake. Thought maybe it would be nice to celebrate it. You stupid idiot. You thought it would be nice to celebrate his birthday with his family? You moron. What were you thinking? He immediately said no and acted like I just suggested we spend his whole birthday with my parents. He refused to do the candles and have any cake and just sulked. When I brought it up to him that it hurt my feelings, he said it was weird because it was my family. I told him I only did the cake for his actual birthday. The cake was more mini-sized, and we were going to have to do something with just the 2 of us for his actual birthday. I said if it were me and he had done that, I would have thought it was sweet that he went to the trouble to get me a cake to celebrate with everyone. He's 32 years old. He's mad that if you were 21, I would understand. That's all I'm trying to say. Spending your birthday at your in-laws seems weird. I mean, here's the thing. It's not the most typical way to send your birthday, but it's like the second most typical way, maybe the third most typical way to spend your birthday. I know how this sounds, but like, it's a Patton Oswalt bit, admittedly, but I'm repackaging it less like a joke and more like it's real. But like the birthdays from 31 to 39 are like the least valuable birthdays in the average person's life, I think. I'm trying to think, like my 30th birthday, I went out for like a nice meal, okay, with my wife. It was a great experience. 32, I was at my in-laws' place. Because it overlapped with American Thanksgiving, we drove to their house. We stayed with them in Washington. But on the actual day of my birthday, we had to scramble driving through all of northwestern Washington to find like a quick PCR COVID test so that we could legally cross back into Canada, because we did not get the results of the COVID test that we took the first day that we were down there because it was a holiday weekend. And as a result, they were like, well, it should take 24 hours, but instead it's going to take a week this time. And then after like 10 hours of taking COVID tests from like 8 different clinics in Washington, we got back to our in-laws' place and they gave me a Cookie Monster cake from Costco. And you know what I did? I fucking ate my slice of Cookie Monster cake because you're 32. Like, grow up. And then when I got home the next day, I cried on my Peloton ride because I had a lot of emotions to get out, okay? Well, you're 32 years old. You eat your Cookie Monster cake, you say, thanks for the hospitality, and then you be a good dad and a good husband. You know, I get that he's going through it, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, sulking about your birthday not being celebrated maybe the way that you feel is probably a symptom of something that's going on with him. But on a logical level, you can understand why it would be hard for your spouse to relate to it. Tonight I asked him to feed the baby so I could finish up something. It's his birthday today, and he reluctantly said okay, and as I continued to work on... Can I just say something? If you choose to have 3 kids, you can't pull this, it's my birthday card, I don't want to work. You can pull it if you got no kids, If you're braver than I am, you could probably pull it if you got one kid, but I'm not going down that road. But if you got 3 kids, you got yourself into the quicksand, okay? You have to be a parent in that situation. Oh, I can't take care of my kid. I'm just a little birthday boy. Like, it's just kind of pathetic to me. I get that he's probably depressed, but like the things that are coming out of his mouth are a little pathetic. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the man is pathetic. I'm saying the manifestation of his emotions right now is a little pathetic. They have 3 kids means you choose what you order from DoorDash for your birthday dinner. And that's great. That's a privilege, man. Now, it does have to be from a place that has a kids menu, but you're the one who fucking took the shot 3 times, brother. Nobody forced you. Nobody put a gun to your head and said, here go 2 more for y'all. You did that to yourself. Now you better than being in the trenches 100 years ago. That's what I'm saying. 100 years ago, a 19-year-old great-grandfather was shitting himself in the Ardennes. It's 1914, they sent that motherfucker out into no man's land wearing like a bright blue hat. They didn't even have helmets back then. You're 32 years old, you're like, I don't want to feed my baby on his birthday. I'm just asking you to like, not everybody's got this streak in them, I'm just saying. Yes, just what I want to do on my birthday, not have any time to myself. I lost it. I had taken him to supper, kid-free, an hour away, bought the supper, bought drinks at Starbucks afterwards, spent $60 on a mini cake that was shipped to him, and yet he was still saying he didn't get to do anything he wanted for his birthday. After that comment, I said, I feel like a single parent, and we are in the 50s. I unleashed everything I had thought, and then he says how he thought we were good, and that he wished I'd ask him to do things more. What are you talking about, brother? You just said just what I wanted on my birthday, not to have any time for myself. Update. I realized I worded the birthday celebration wrong, and it caused mass confusion. We were at my parents' house just because they invited us for some. You know what drives me crazy is this happens in like 80% of Am I the Asshole posts. It's always like a situation where your husband was clearly a dickhead to you, and you're like, I just wanted people to know because a lot of people were asking. We actually, when he was a dickhead to me, he was a dickhead to me at my in-laws' place, not at the restaurant. Does that change anything? And you're like, fucking no, obviously not. My husband called me a dumb bitch. Info. I had worn a shirt that he didn't like after he told me not to wear it. Does that change it? No, he shouldn't have done that, man. It doesn't matter the setting or anything like that. I mean, it might, in some unique situations, if you're on like the International Space Station or something like that, but I, on a whim, decided I should get a cake for his birthday, and we can say happy birthday to him a day early. But then I also asked what he wanted to do on his birthday, and he said, I don't know, and told me to pick where we should eat. I suggested Top Golf, and he said, no, save your money. Last week, he was prescribed a low dose of Lexapro because he felt down in the dumps. Okay, I get it. So he's like depressed. I'm not saying that like the man can't be saved. I'm just saying you gotta the Lexapro moves one of your feet, and then you gotta move the other foot too. Otherwise, you're relying too much on the Lexapro to drag you across the finish line, brother. You gotta take the medication, but you also need to trust in the process yourself. It's not going to help you. I get the idea that he's not 100% in control of his emotions, which is fair. But at the same time, I don't, being an asshole to your wife and fucking up your whole home situation is probably not going to help out the situation that led to you getting the prescription for Lexapro in the first place. So you got to take at least a little bit of ownership of your role in that process. Just my 2 cents. He needs a wake-up call. That's true. Not the asshole. I bet he makes you do everything on your birthday. Also, being a parent is full-time. I hate when Redditors agree with me without me knowing that they were going to agree with me because it makes me feel like a Redditor. That hurts. Does he have any redeeming qualities? Oh, man. He did help support my small business and made some things for it. I don't know if that's a redeeming quality. Yeah, I'd say it is. Oh, I don't know if it's a redeeming quality, but he does stay home quite a bit and doesn't go out to bars, etc. That's the. What do you love about your husband? He supported my business endeavors. Also, he doesn't go out to bars, etc. It's good that it's up there, but it shouldn't be number 2 in my personal opinion. You got to find something else. Hang on, I'm scrolling. Did he cheat or did I catch an STD from a koala? Update, he cheated. What a headline, man. Holy. Yeah, I'm trying to find a good one. A guy tried to get at me and my best friend in the gym. Am I the ass? This is one that showed up in the sidebar a lot. Am I the asshole for deciding not to sleep with one after I saw them naked? You can't be the asshole. It's gotta hurt, but I don't think it makes you the asshole. Sorry, I'm just making sure it's not too bad. It's too bad. Try our server life. Oh, you know what? That's a good idea. I actually think we got some good posts out of 2 hot takes. Thank you for the suggestion. Let's try server life. Oh, hang on. I made a grievous mistake. Take me to old Reddit. And then take me to top. Phrasing, past month. So many of these are pictures. I don't like pictures. I'm a text guy, honestly. My boyfriend wants me to quit my job as a bartender. Customer found a tooth in his gumbo. Got flamed for this by a ton of servers, but I feel like I did nothing wrong. Okay, you clickbaited me. Let's see. By the way, I am a big believer, and I know that people are going to agree with me on this one, which is why I'm hesitating to say it. I'm a big believer that the customer is not always right. I'm a big believer that in many situations the customer is wrong. When I go out to a restaurant, I don't take it as an opportunity to, like, you know, pretend to be like Napoleon or something like that. I understand there's a give and take between myself and the staff at the restaurant, okay? Hang on. Full screen me. That being said, why does it take 5 minutes to get a new Coke Zero? Like, the fountain is right there in the back. And also, sorry, that was a joke, by the way. This one is not a joke. When I'm paying for the bill, I understand that your manager may ask you to do this to drive up tips, but it's very annoying. If we have not had a conversation and established any sort of familiarity, when I'm paying for the bill, please don't ask me if I have any other plans today. Because I know you don't care. You know I don't care. I know you don't care. You know that I know that you don't care. Why are we going through this charade every time? That I'm like, hey, you got any plans today? Oh, you know, after dinner, we're probably just going to go home and relax a little bit. Oh, yeah, that's cool. I mean, the weather's so nice today. They don't care, man. It's none of your business. I think it's a different story when, you know, sometimes you'll have a server that makes small talk like throughout the dinner. They'll come over, hey, is that good? Yeah, I told you that was the best thing on the menu. Thank you so much for recommending it to me, blah, blah, blah. But when you only see your server twice, and then they're like, by the way, I'm your best friend. That it's the assumed familiarity when I'm like, and it's only when I'm holding the Interact machine, okay? Next time I'm going to say, I'm not freaking leaving. I'm not freaking leaving. Got flamed for this by a ton of fellow servers, but I feel like I did nothing wrong. We stopped taking to-go 30 minutes before close, and one person called me 31 minutes before. Okay, I guess I got to do this. They passed the phone around and took like 5 minutes to order. Many of them sounded drunk and needed the menu repeated over and over, so I make it known that if they aren't here by close, they won't be able to get their food. They hadn't paid for it, so it doesn't really matter. The woman on the phone snapped at me and accused me of assuming she was stupid, so I assumed it was clear enough. They came 15 minutes after close. Their bill had already been voided out, and I gave all their food away to the host and Expo. Can I, what is Expo? I've never worked in a restaurant. It's a baseball team. The Expo checks the order to make sure everything is right. Okay, I see. So the cook or the chef passes the food into the window, and then the Expo examines the food versus the ticket and says, hey, they want extra green onions on this poke. And then they go, psst, and then they take it out. Understandable. They're quality assurance for the kitchen. It's what Gordon Ramsay does on Hell's Kitchen. He puts a blindfold on them and then asks them to eat like garlic puree and then yells at them when they say that it's ginger. He feeds them a turkey sausage when they're supposed to be selling chicken sausage, and then he says, is anything wrong with that one? And they go, I don't know, chef. And he says, it's fucking chicken, you donkey. They came 15 minutes after close, blah, 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 blah. But by the way, what is MOD? Manager of Desperation. Manager on duty, thank you. Minister of Defense. This simpleton decided that even though it was past close, he deserved his food, so he banged on the window for like 20 minutes. If you are told the restaurant is going to close, then be there before they close. It's not that hard. However, I'm being told I did the wrong thing there. I guess I should have told the host to regurgitate their food and give it to him after our pay system was down. No, you did nothing wrong. For sure. That's on the customer. Come on, give me something controversial. The only thing I'll say about this is we need to have like an international dialogue about what closing time means. Does closing time mean that if you close at 9 and I walk in at 8:59, can I get seated? And can I order if I order in like a minute? Because you have like a closing time for seating people, but the kitchen stays open a little later? Or is closing time when we have to get out of the restaurant? So I almost feel, you know what does it right? I know this is bat-chestable. I like when you walk by like a Japanese izakaya and there's a sign that says like we close at 11, but the last order is at 10:15. Because then I feel like they've put all the relevant information on the sign. What I don't like is when you walk by a restaurant and you're hungry and it's 30 minutes before close and then you're like, I don't know if it's socially acceptable to walk into this restaurant right now because they're open, but they might have already shut off the kitchen and like, is there a way to make an exit-only door? Anyway, I got to think about it. We could revolutionize the industry. Today, a guy pooped in my restaurant, accidentally punched a customer in her breast. Oh no, it's me? Diet Coke is not an appropriate response to how are you doing this evening? Okay, here we go. We got something. Yeah, exactly. That's why I ordered Coke Zero. To the 4 women that left me $20 on $400. Okay, that is a 5% tip. That's pretty bad. I know, like, I don't want to anger all the Europeans in chat, but a 5% tip is probably roughly at the level where you would start to consider it that you would have rather had 0 because 5% is almost like an insult. Pretty generous in Europe. It's a different culture, okay? That's all I'm saying. I get it, you probably had sticker shock, and the $60 in taxes definitely added to the bill significantly. $60 in taxes? On a $340 bill? It's like an 18, is this Canada? Sorry. I think it is Canada. The Canadian taxes on food is super weird. Like if you go to a restaurant, the way I understand it, okay? Food that is deemed a necessity, you don't pay roughly half the tax on it. So if you ordered like 8 slices of whole wheat bread, it would be like 7% tax on the bread. Then food that is considered non-necessary is taxed at like the normal rate, and then alcohol is taxed the normal rate plus extra. So they must have had like 35 mimosas, is my guess here. It's the only way this makes sense to me. 55 mimosas. However, for 4 people to have appetizers, full meals, multiple rounds of drinks, and 4+ rounds of specialty shots within 3.5 hours, the total equaling about $100 per person isn't that unreasonable. I think that's true. That makes a lot of sense. Rather than screaming to your friends that there's no way our bill is $400, just ask me maybe. I'm more than happy to break it down for you. I don't know, man. I'm just tired. Yes, the tip was a bit of a letdown because I busted my ass and made accommodations for them. To the folks missing the point, you didn't do anything wrong. I get it. This must be frustrating to post about this as a server and then have people from Belgium be like based for not tipping. It's a different reality, man. Do servers expect to be tipped at a after-tax rate? Listen, I do think that that's a controversial issue. I think the bigger your bill is, the more incentive you have to tip on the before-tax value. If you're buying a coffee, I'm not going to calculate the pre-tax value of the $3.50 coffee. You know, I'll give you $1 or something like that. If you're getting the beer's $8, here's a 10. I'm not going to worry about tipping on the tax. But if you got like a $400 bill, I think that makes sense. But even still, a $400 bill, if it's $340 pre-tax, and you were there in the restaurant for 3.5 hours, probably being really annoying, like, and loud. That's just, I'm pushing my own insane headcanon on this, but they seem kind of irritating to me. I mean, you got to be at least talking about a $50 tip on a $340 bill pre-tax. That's just my 2 cents. If you're in the United States of America, that would be considered a tip that is socially acceptable. $20 is definitely too low. As a European, this is crazy. Yeah, but as something you wouldn't believe how cheap are. Give me a second here, Chad. What do North Americans pay a lot less for than Europeans? That isn't natural gas, because that seemed like a little too close to hurting people's feelings. Almost everything. Wait, that's true. It blew my mind to be in Sweden like 9 years ago, and the average beer at a restaurant was like $14 USD. I was like, what is going on? In $30 Subway, $14 lager? It's not even good? That's just Sweden? It was nice, don't get me wrong. What do you do? Do you just not, I guess you just go to the grocery store instead. The supermarket is cheaper? Yeah, I know, but like sometimes you want to go out and have like a meal or something like that, or have a couple of drinks with your lads. Isn't there lad culture in Sweden? Or do you just have to be like insanely wealthy to be a member of lad culture? You pregame. Yeah, I mean you pregame. You pregame in. No, I mean no. Wait. You don't pregame here. You do if you're like 20. Are you telling me that like people in middle age before they go out to have like a couple of pints with their boys, they get shithouse drunk at home and then nurse one beer at the pub? That seems like a recipe for disaster, man. They got to be cleaning puke off of the floor like 10 times a night. Pretty much, yeah. That's crazy. Yes, dude, Omega Dance. What is Omega Dance? I don't know all these emojis. To the guy that asked for teriyaki sauce at the Italian restaurant and then tipped $3 on $103. Listen, I think that this subreddit is entertaining to read, but there's not a whole lot from a streamer-based perspective, okay? Like, most of it is just like, my customer was an asshole to me today. And then when I look at it, I'm like, I agree. Try r/DoorDash. Okay. Is it DoorDash or DoorDash_drivers? r/DoorDash. Okay. I'm looking for as much unhinged as possible. Everyone's saying, oh no. Did I miss like a popular YouTuber making a video about the DoorDash subreddit? r/DoorDash is kind of crazy. Okay, you're not wrong. So this happened 5 minutes ago. Hi, this is DoorDash connecting you to your Dasher for updates about your order. Sorry, Taco Bell is very slow today. That's all right. Thanks for letting me know. I take it you're asleep. Sleep tight, beautiful. OMG, wrong person. Ah. Oh, man. That is really fun. At least they said wrong person. WTF is my driver on? Sorry, this is, again, maybe a good subreddit to browse. I'm not sure about it being argumentative content. WTF is my driver on? Is 2837. Question mark, I paid on DoorDash. The card said that it does not have enough money. Question mark, I paid through the app. I don't know. I don't know how this happened, man. Oh. My friend had their DoorDash driver keep their order overnight once. I've had some, I guess, like semi-humorous DoorDash situations. The one that got me the most, though, was when, and listen, there's the asshole, I'm 50% the asshole, the driver is 50% the asshole. I ordered on the app, but the map, despite the address being input correctly, the map put a pin on like a different part of the city, okay? That had a similar sounding address. So I noticed that like 15 minutes after I made the order. So I called the driver and I said, hey, just so you know, like if you could use Google Maps or something, punch in this address instead, because if you go to the other one, it's going to take you across the city. And then he went like, oh, motherfucker, this fucking sucks. This fucking shit is so stupid. And then like hung up on me. And then he called me back like 2 minutes later and was like, hey man, sorry. I thought that was DoorDash support calling me. I didn't know it was the customer, so I just wanted to apologize. And I said, no worries, brother. I get it. It's frustrating. We really appreciate it. And then when he finally showed up at our house, we had ordered like 4 personal pizzas, and all the pizza boxes were like vertical in a reusable bag instead of stacked on each other horizontally. And my parents were like, I don't think that's how you're supposed to transport pizza. And I was like, I'm sure it'll be fine. And then my mom opened up her pizza and it was just totally fucked. Like all the ingredients had like slid off onto the top of the box and the crust was all like crushed and shit. But we just laughed about it because it's just, you know, I mean, it was more valuable to get the story than it was to get the meal, because the story makes me laugh every time I think about it. So did you eat them? I ate them. Yeah. They tasted roughly the same. Only gave them a 35% tip. Unbelievable. Please come down. You need to bring it upstairs. I'm at the bottom. Please come down. My grandmother is in a walker. I requested for you to bring it upstairs. No, I can't raise it upstairs because the area is dangerous. Thank you. Hang on, is there a second picture? Next. Based. My reaction when the area is dangerous? Okay, I will just report. Thank you. She cannot physically come downstairs. Why did you accept the order? Okay. I feel blessed I've never had an experience like this. Should I have had my account deactivated for talking to customers like this? Hang on, wholesome moment? Hey, it's your Dasher. I'm in Arby's. They said they do not have mozzarella sticks. Shall I send them to the pit? Yes, done. Joy laughing emoji, joy laughing emoji. May I offer anything else that will please King Armando? May I offer jalapeno bites? Yes, that's fine. There's no longer staff, so I'll have to make it myself. Haha, I didn't think this through. Now to Google how to make listen, the first part was funny. The second, the rest of this, I would be like, all right, buddy, just bring the food. I'm sorry. Like I ordered DoorDash because I didn't want to like go through the effort of cooking, and now I gotta laugh at all the jokes that you're putting in here. Did blur his name and then just write it too. P.S. Jokes aside, they're making it now. I'll be on my way soon. I mean, it's funny. Pharaoh, please. Pharaoh. My temple needs its Pharaoh. Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm not going to put this one on the screen, but not trying to sound like this is the DoorDash driver. Not trying to sound like a pervert, but just wanted to say you are beautiful. You sound like a pervert. Facepalm emoji. Sorry, just tried to give you a compliment. Oh, man. Delightful. It's pretty good. DoorDash driver entered my house unannounced. This happened to my friend. I hope the Dasher is okay. Oh, man. You know what? Thank you for recommending this. It's not the same as React Core, but it's very funny. This is my exact style of content. Thank you. I'm gonna favorite this subreddit and read it when I'm using my bidet. Checkers has confirmed your order from DoorDash. Message from your Dasher. I'm so sorry. I fell down and crash on bike. Please cancel. I was doing too much orders. Oh, man. That's really good. That is really good. I did have a DoorDash order once where my wife ordered something, and I probably don't need to tell you what it is, but it came with a miso soup. And then when I went down to get the order, the dude was like, "Oh yeah, sorry, I crashed on my bike and spilled like half your soup." And then he was just sort of looking at me like, I was like, "Oh, that sucks." But at the same time, I was like, "What do you want from me?" Like without being rude, I understand the plight of the DoorDash driver, but like I didn't make you fall off of your bike. Like I don't understand what I'm like if I'm supposed to give you money because you fell down. Like it's not my fault. You're not driving a Prius or something like that. And then after a while, he was just like, "Okay, enjoy your food." I think he's just letting you know. Well, I didn't do anything. I'm not the rain. I'm not his tire. Now I got to go up and explain to my wife why the miso soup is half empty and the bowl's all fucked up, and all the rest of the all the rest of the styrofoam in the bag is like covered in miso. Enjoy. I have a question. Do you have BF? This is crazy, man. Anyway, maybe we're done. Info needed. Do they have BF? 30 more mins, please. Well, I'm trying to find, like, there's no debating on these. It's too much, like, it's just React content. Which is fine, but, like, I feel guilty. Because I'm stealing these dashers and these orderers' content. Also, most of the posts are just like, "Why is my DoorDash order so expensive?" And I'm like, fair enough. DoorDash driver. Oh, man. See, this is an "Am I the Asshole" post. I think there's a lot to mine here. Your dasher has dropped off the order. You don't need to knock, please. Leave at door. May I use the washroom? Urgent, please. No, please leave. Okay. Now listen. Would you let the DoorDash driver come into your house and use your bathroom? This is a tough one for me. I'd have to think about it. Because at the end of the day, it is a stranger coming into your house, and public bathrooms are hard to come by. But on the other hand, like my level of human decency keeps me from feeling good about saying no, at least. I'm thinking it's like a 90% chance they gotta poop. I don't mind if a stranger comes in and poops in my bathroom. I would rather they pee, but as long as they're not gonna like kill me and rob me or something like that, I don't mind if a stranger poops in my. Again, I try to have consistent values. Poop is gross, yeah, but as long as they poop in the toilet, like 99.9% of poops, they're just gonna poop in the toilet, flush, wash their hands, get out, and I'm gonna be none the wiser. Just use the bathroom at the restaurant? They said it's urgent, though. Now, you can say they should have used the bathroom at the last restaurant. That's probably true, but they didn't, okay? I don't know. It's tough. I'm seeing a lot of yeses and a lot of nos. The real issue is not like, are they going to make my bathroom dirty? It's more like, are they going to go into the bathroom, like pull a gun out of their waistband and then kill me and my whole family? The odds of that happening are probably like 1 in 10 million, but you're the one buying the lottery ticket if you say yes. It's not zero. They could just do that at the front door. Yeah, but like there's like a Daniel Kahneman thing going on. Like if I in my head, it's like if I open my door and then someone shoots and kills me, that's on them. But if I say, yeah, come in and use my bathroom, and then they kill me, it's like I should have known better. Even though functionally there's not really that much of a difference. There's just something weird about like I've now made a decision that led to me experiencing trauma. So I have to take ownership of that, even though it's like not much of a difference at all. Sick of Dasher conflict in our restaurant? Interesting conversation. I received someone else's order. These are pretty mundane, but they are kind of funny. I think I'm going to slash marker this. Am I justified in being annoyed? I tipped $3 for half a mile. Forgive me as I am stoned. I left instructions, but it was just left in the building's lobby. I don't even understand. Try DoorDash underscore drivers. I'll give it one shot, okay? I'll give it one shot. Give me top post all from the last month. We went wrong somewhere in the world. Or maybe it was like this before. This shit would terrify me, man. I mean, I think that's what it's like designed to do. $2.95 drop all deliveries here. No trespassing. Do not enter. Guard dogs patrolling premises. Violators consent to waive all rights. There's no way this sign is legally binding, right? If you walk past this cone, you give up your right to not be killed? Like, that doesn't seem like it would hold up in court. It depends on the state. Well, like, this is not even the same situation, okay? But I was on a walk with my daughter 2 or 3 weeks ago, and this house had a gate, and then in front of the gate, it was a wood gate, so you couldn't see through it. It wasn't like a chain link fence. It's important. In front of the gate, they had a big rock that they had painted to look just like a kitty cat. So my daughter said, "Oh my God, kitty rock. Can I pet it?" And I was like, it's on the public side of the gate. It's past, like, it's closer to the sidewalk versus I was going to say the opponent's house, but you get what I mean, the person's house. As far as I'm concerned, that's kind of, it's not communal property in the sense that like I could put my own treehouse on it or something like that, but it's not like I'm trespassing. So I said, sure, go ahead and pet it. She went over to the rock and she was petting the rock and she was saying like, oh, cute kitty, even though it's just a rock. And then I saw on the gate, it had a sign that said like, beware of dog, it bites on sight or something like that. And I heard from the other side of the gate, I heard Cujo that was going like, and I feel like you can be a good neighbor or you can be an insane shut-in, but I feel betrayed that you straddled the line. You put out a decoration that was like, this is a friendly house, but then you also are like, anybody that passes through the threshold of this gate will be summarily executed by my pet. Like, I got baited. Yeah, exactly. So as soon as I heard the growling and the barking, I was like, we better get out of here. Because I'm sure like it's 3 seconds away from like a screen door slamming and like a, well, what if Kitty Rock caught another one? It's just, I don't mind, honestly. If you want to be the friendly neighbor, I'll stop and have a conversation with you. I'll remember the name of your dog and make small talk. If you want to be the insane neighbor, I will not make eye contact with you when I pass by your house. But at the same time, like you can't put one foot in both pools. No disrespect, but if your dog like starts making advances on us, I'm probably going to have to kill your dog. Because I don't know my own strength. And unless you got like a Bernese mountain dog or something like that, I don't see it going down like that dog's going to get one over on me, okay? If you got a police-trained German Shepherd, sure, maybe, but even then, because I've read the WikiHow for like how do you kill a wolf, and a dog is just a smaller wolf, I understand. When the dog bites you, it doesn't have an unlatch instinct. So all you do is offer your hand, so your hand gets bitten, and then you shove your whole fist down the dog's windpipe, and then you just put it in a rear naked choke with your hand in there until you, so I'm just saying, be careful what you wish for. When you put out that kitty rock that says, hey, this is a cute decoration, but then you've also got a sign that's like, we'll shoot trespassers on sight. I'm just saying, be careful, because that primes me. Now I'm going into fight or flight mode every time I walk past the house. I think this subreddit is not washed, but it's not appropriate. It's just it's too much react, not enough court. You know what I mean? Need some gaming time. So true. Do I have gaming time? This has got to be a psyop, right? This was written by DoorDash HQ. A Hawaii delivery driver who pulled in $114,000 on DoorDash last year says the tips are awesome and it's like delivering in paradise. That's propaganda. I mean, I believe that it could happen, but anyway. His name is Ronnie Coleman. So true. Lightweight, ain't nothing but a peanut. No, I'd be happy too if I was delivering peanuts all day for 6 figures in paradise. Oh, man. Anyway, what was I going to play? Crop rotator? Don't leave. It seems way more fun than the title would have. It's like be a landlord for food. Crop rotation. Download crop rotation demo. Similar to these games you've played. Slay the Spire and Marvel's Midnight Suns. If you say so. How do you stream? Crop rotation. 0 followers, 0 viewers. It says it was uploaded at 6 a.m. this morning. And then, have you managed to calm down from your existential crisis you went through yesterday? I wouldn't say I went through an existential crisis yesterday. I would say that after a week of spending time like with my family in meat space, doing my absurd job just felt weird. Like it felt like everybody that I interacted with at Disney World was doing a real job in Disney World. My job is not a real job. I'm not preparing food for someone. I'm not helping them logistically get to where they need to go or organizing them. I'm not cleaning up a mess or creating electricity or something like that. And I think that it's sort of, I wasn't like, I don't want to do this, but I was like, what am I doing? Because this is crazy. How do we live in a society where doing this is rewarded? I get that it's like you make people laugh sometimes. There's some comfort in that. There's some routine. It's good content to have on the second monitor while I do, relatively mind-numbing tasks and stuff like that. But like at the same time, I'm like, what the hell? I'm not doing anything. This is what I would be doing if I wasn't doing anything. You know what I mean? You need therapy? I don't think my therapist could solve this problem either. I think my therapist would be struggling. She would probably be like, you're right. Your job doesn't really seem real. I don't get it. If I can't figure it out, I've been doing this shit like as long as almost anybody on earth, then she doesn't have a chance, man. Slash marker. Crop rotation. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're probably thinking, what the hell is crop rotation demo? And you're probably thinking, why does it look like a Zachtronics game? Okay, here's the answer. I don't really know, but I was recommended it, and the answer is it looks like Luck Be a Landlord. It was pitched to me as a deck builder where the cards play automatically. So you can focus on synergistically building the best deck possible, which I think is basically, you know, like how in Luck Be a Landlord you didn't have cards, but they played, basically the slot machine is a facsimile of cards. You get what I'm saying? Take me through the tutorial here. We'll all figure it out together. Welcome to Crop Rotation. In this tutorial, we will go through the basics of the game. For more details, you can always visit the compendium. Now, before we get started here, I do need to make the game larger, because presently I'm playing it in a 640 by 480 window. So if you'll just give me a moment here, I'm gonna make it full screen. That seems better. Did my face just get brighter? A little bit? No, not at all. Okay, that's comedy right there. Give it a second. Just takes a minute. Please tell me that it's the right... Ooh, it's the right resolution now. Okay, here denotes the current season and the current day of the week. There are 4 seasons in a year, 2 weeks per season, 7 days in a week. You stack that up over 1 year, I leave you in the dust. You stack it up over 5 years, you're toast. You stack it up over 20 years, I'm living in a completely different world than you are now. Each season has a season effect, which is also shown when you hover over the icons. This is your farm. I gotta close the settings menu, man. This is your farm. You always start with 4 plots. This shows the amount of water you have in your farm. It can hold up to 150 water. This is the active area. This is where you place the cards you want to play. This is the storage area. This is where you keep your extra cards. You can always sell your unwanted cards here for gold. There are other parts of the UI that are not covered. We will go through them as we continue the tutorial, okay? At the start of every game, you will be provided some tools. You will also be provided with some common crops. Let's start by choosing our starting crops. Cabbage, cabbage, cabbage. Me, when I look at the banchan I get at a Korean restaurant. Common vegetable, wet. On mature, gain 2 value if adjacent to sweet. Okay, sounds good. I'll take cabbage. Common vegetable, flower. On mature, gain 2 value if adjacent to wet. All right. Cabbage. Now that the draft is complete, we can see the cards are automatically added to the active area. By having the same type of crops in your active area, you will activate the set bonus for the specific types of crops. Holy cow, it's a farming, deck builder, auto battler roguelite. You can hover over them to see their effects. Set bonus for vegetable. At the end of the day, crops will gain 1 value if water is more than 100. Set bonus for flower. Set bonus for wet. Despite having 3 vegetables, we only have 2 levels in vegetable set bonus. That's because only 1 of each kind of crop is counted towards the set bonus. In this case, only the first cabbage is counted, okay? Now that we have the crops, we can start the day by pressing the blue button. The cards are played in the order they are placed in the active area. They cost water to play and require an empty plot. When a crop is played, the crop will be planted on a random empty plot. At the end of the day, crops will mature. Some crops will have special criteria for maturing. Some abilities also happen when crops mature. For example, cauliflower gains 2 value when it's adjacent to wet. Hover over cauliflower to see the effect. Okay, so I can This is cauliflower. It is matured. And look at that. It's gained 2 value because it's adjacent to wet, because the cabbage is wet. It's a common wet vegetable. It sounds like something you would make in Scribble Knots to help you get out of a jam. I get why the horror game music. This is just ambiance. Ambiance? Ambience? Ambient. It's no, it's not. It is. This is what the world would sound like if you were still in the vivarium in the Matrix, okay? If you were still generating power for the machines in that little battery, this is what you would hear all the time. That's why I don't want to get out. I thought it sounded like 1999. Bro, that's Prince. Click on the green button to harvest the crops. Done. After harvesting, the day ends and a new day begins. If it's the end of the week, you will need to pay your loan to continue or the farm will be confiscated. Me, when I accidentally have a Monsanto seed blow onto my property. At the end of every day, if you have fewer than 3 contracts, you will get to choose a contract. Contracts provide rewards when completed. Some of these rewards are not available elsewhere. You can only have 3 contracts at once. Okay, my contract, I would like to harvest 12 flower crops because we already have a flower. At the start of every day, we will also get a new crop. Unlike the first 3 starting crops, we can choose to keep these or re-roll these. Skipping gain you gold, which is usually more than the gold you'll get when selling the card. Re-rolling will cost you gold, and the cost will increase after every re-roll. Okay, I understand. Gain 3 value for each sweet in the same row. Gain 3 value for each wet in the same column. I gotta go with a rare broccoli on this one. After you draft a contract, they will appear here. Now that you've picked up your 3rd vegetable, we can see the vegetable set bonus is active. Having crop synergy is one of the ways to improve your farm. Crops will gain 1 value if water is more than 100. Understood. We can also improve our farm by upgrading the individual cards. Cards can be upgraded by combining 2 of the same kind of tier. Drag one of the cabbage cards over the other one to combine them. These are the basic concepts of the game. Okay. Oh, I had such a good deck. How dare you? Okay, start me up. Give me normal. Start with 3 sprinklers. By purchasing CR3000, you are 1 step closer to become the best automation farmer. I understand. We must make a weekly payment. How much is my weekly payment? We gain 15 water at the start of the day. Okay, here's the draft. Pack 1, pick 1. On adjacent wither, gain 2 value. Gain 2 value after 10 cards are played. On mature, gain 2 value if adjacent to fruit. I gotta be honest with you. Let's go. I'll grow some flowers here. This is a support flower. 2 value after 10 cards played. Actually, you know what? Give me climbers. I think you're right. Peas, you can actually eat. Flowers, you just look at them. That doesn't appeal to me. Now, what is the pea bonus again? Don't say it, Chad. What's your bonus? I'd like to... I guess I could just look at this. 2 value if adjacent to fruit. Oh! Common fruit climber. On mature, gain 2 value if adjacent to wet. Okay. We got no wet, but we got some fruits. We do have a wet. What am I talking about? On mature, gain 2 value if adjacent to sweet. You're a fruit sweet, though. That would really get our pea popping off. Multiple harvests. Wither at the beginning of the 3rd day. Give me common fruit sweet. That would give me 2 fruits, which would activate my set bonus. Now, my fruit set bonus. Fruits gain 2 value if adjacent to sweet. Well, you're telling me grapes aren't sweet, bro? Whatever, start me up. I'm ready. They're like the sweetest there is. You need 3? You only have 2. That's damn true. You should be harvested. You have matured. Gain 2 value if adjacent to wet. What is your thing again? 2 value if adjacent to fruit. You're definitely adjacent to fruit. Give me 10 value. Remember, our goal is to get to $25. I would like to harvest 10 support crops. Did we not take a support crop? I thought we took a support crop. I could be wrong. We want wet. On harvest, gain 2x the value. Give me a moment here. I think I know what I'm doing. They've all matured. So I guess you can't skip a harvest. So this will double our value. This will give us 12. Choose a contract. 12 fruit, 12 wet, 12 herb. Give me 12 fruit. And then give me a fruit support. But now there's a problem. I need to purchase a new crop in order to make this work. Or a new plot, not a new crop. Okay, okay. It's the dude from the mobile game ad. What are you talking about? Just because I don't know whether... I don't get to choose whether to place my peas next to my potatoes, brother. I'm doing my best. Okay, place me, and then launch me. We get 15 today. That seems like the plot paid for itself immediately. 12 fruit, 8 bitter crops, 32 common crops. Give me 12 fruit crops so I can get access to a fish. At end of day, gain 10 gold if water equals more than 100. This is a damn hot dog? On harvest, gain 2x value. Common seed root, common mushroom climber. Gain 2 value after 10 cards are played. I'll tell you what, give me portobello mushroom, okay? That gives us a climber synergy, right? At the end of the day, climbers gain 3 value if adjacent to supports. Withers at the beginning of the 3rd day. We must buy another plot. Let's make sure we're maximizing our adjacencies. $26 gold. I'm going to be rich. I'll take another fruit, I suppose. Wait, I should be combining my fruits. What am I doing? Look at that. Now we got a level 2 apple. This bro is rotating crops. Yo, we smoking hops? Harvest me. 25 gold. Common vegetable whet. Common mushroom sweet. Give me another apple and then combine my apples. They don't combine again. I gotta get another apple to make it work? Okay, well then take this crappy apple and put it back down here and then just launch me again, brother. $25. It's the easiest money ever made. I gotta repay my loan, but look at reward. When a crop withers, all mushroom crops get stronger. Okay. Yes, I will take. Sign on the... And we got our fish reward. End of day, gain 10 gold if water is more than 150. Sounds fantastic. I'll harvest some common crops if you don't mind. How about, what does eyeball do? I got an ad break. I already missed too much to know what's going on. If it's any consolation, I don't really know what's going on either, but that might just be me having a 2nd-degree sunburn on the top of my head. You're absolutely right. We should play Go Fish. If we have a P, we do that. We buy another crop to maximize our adjacency bonus. Honestly, I'm spending heavy because this is good adjacency right here. Do I have to put you on the... I have to put you out here. Oh, I see. I'm buying real estate right now. Launch me. It does not work that way. 30 gold, though. You are required to pay the loan. There you go, 25 gold. What do you need next time? 150? That's no problem. To help you with the loan, we will provide you with spare tools every week. Okay, fantastic. Harvest some sweets. My tool, animal, passive. Draft a new crop every 25 crops. Add 15 water. Reduce water cost of all crop cards to 1. 3 uses left. I'm skipping this for gold because I don't know what I'm doing. Give me a portobello mushroom because we already have a portobello mushroom. Combine those and level them up. Take this down. Take this down. Take this up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He can do math. Never mind. He cannot do math. 37 gold. Harvest me. Give me a B. Spreads flower to adjacent empty plot after it's played. All right. I get the picture. I'll take that. How about harvest 11 mushrooms? We could get a bee synergy going here. Okay, but you have to admit that the music in this game goes fucking insane. It is. Listen, it's a demo, okay? It is a little bit bizarre that this is the only song in the game. It doesn't sound like music. It does sound like the third act of a science fiction movie when you go into like the belly of an alien spaceship, for sure. But it sounds kind of good. Like I would listen to this in my downtime, I think. Crops are just kind of haunted. Place me. I will start the machine to start my day. And then harvest for 40. And then receive another apple. Apple me. 2 apples. Oh! Did you have to let it wither? But my apples are all they're gonna wither, bro. Oh, but then we'll just place them again. You mad genius. We got so much empty space, though. $37 gold. Well, I'm still doing very well, apparently. A sprinkler. Adds 15 water. How about harvest 11 mushroom crops? Doubles the value of all crops. How about you have selected power drive. On harvest, gain 2 times the value. I'm a simple man. I see something I already have. I take it, and then I launch again. Hey, lick my hadron. Thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Much appreciated. Combine your sprinklers. Hang on a second. You're a damn genius. Oh! That's incredible. Rice, watermelon, maize. On mature, consume 2 water, gain 3 value. On mature, gain 2 value if water is more than 100. Listen, we re-roll these because I'm not buying commons unless I already got one, okay? It's that simple. Otherwise, I'm just gonna buy rares because rares do cool things. And if Magic the Gathering taught me anything, commons are never good and mythics are always the best. I have no idea if you're popping off or about to lose. Yes, I agree. You need your passives out there. Okay, here you go. When a crop withers, mushrooms gain value. That's a big one. And then gain gold if you have more than 100 water. We have more than 100 water every single day. $48. Still, it seems good. I'm re-rolling. Onion, peanut, button, mushroom. Did I really not take any button mushrooms? I'm re-rolling again. Give me something I already got, bro. You have crops to combine? Do I? You have selected power drive? I'm rolling again. Strawberry. Strawberry goes with strawberry, which then goes with strawberry. Now we got a level 3 strawberry. Place me. $41 gold. I am a little confused. I paid the loan. I paid the loan easily. Summer is upon us. Here's an additional sprinkler to help you. All crop cards cost an additional 1 water to play. I don't sweat it at all. Draft an additional fruit crop at the start of the next day. Cannot reroll. Double the value of all crops. Reduce water cost of all crops to 1. Tell you what, give me starter kit fruit. And then give me another strawberry. And I'm just going to play. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to play. Because I don't... right now, I think there's too many mechanics for me to wrap my head around. So I'm going to learn piece by piece instead of trying to conceptualize it all immediately. And I'm going to hope that once we get out of the summer, they give us a new song. More strawberries. That's a given. And then uncommon fruit support with but another strawberry, bro. Hang on. We need even more strawberries, though. This is one of those games made by engineers for farmers. So true, I think. I think that's so true. I do like the sound, though. I like when it goes plin, 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 plon. We received a second B. I will take that. I will, even though I'm not using it at all, let's reroll. Maize, peanut, potato. Give me potato, please. Give me another strawberry. Oh, I can't. Buy me a slot and then give me my strawberry, please. Okay, now this is where we pop off. You get combined. You get combined. This is a gold tier strawberry. Gains 6 value of water more than equals 100. Second potato can come out here. More plots? I don't think I need more plots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You genius! Give me the cheap lad. Combine your bees. Oh. Also, I counted wrong. Harvest. Double the value of all crops. Okay? Sign me up. Harvest a bunch of tier 2 crops. And another... There's no way we can get our strawberry leveled up past this, man. We're already on gold tier, right? Can it even go any higher? It can go 1 higher? I mean, this is... Is water build meta right now? Another strawberry? Oh, but I would also like a rare fruit sweet. But you know what? Strawberries are common. Combine your bees. We don't even have flower synergy, so that's irrelevant. This is relevant. Next payment is in 4 harvests. Give me the whole damn grid and just call me Tron. Pay 20 gold to fish me. $103? I don't know what I did, but that's way better. I've also received a mushroom cloud. When a crop withers, all mushrooms get stronger. We don't really care about that now that I think about it, but sure. Give me more wine. Give me carrots, I reroll. It's that simple. Apples we take. We're not going mushroom build. We're going apple build, pen, pineapple, apple build. We're combining these. We're launching you. You do care about that? I don't think I'm a mushroom guy. I think I'm a strawberry lad. On mature double coffee bean value. So like the earlier you got it out, the happier you would be. I understand. I also understand that I just got another potato, so I'm not sweating it. Potato doubles the effect. Doubles the value of all cards that we got. Your water is getting low. You know what? That's pretty true. When you put it that way, that's getting pretty true. Give me another common potato. In that case, spend 30 gold to add another sprinkler up here. And then launch me. You also have to merge your potatoes. You're absolutely right. There's $400. Now, in keeping with luck be a landlord, the next one should be like 35,000. Wither a random crop and draft an additional common crop of the same type. I'm definitely coming to terms with the fact that it's possible that I might be stupid. Almost every game that I play, after about 15 minutes, I say, this is too complicated. And then I am like, someone should really just make like a Subway Surfers that I don't feel guilty about playing. Every game, I go, I get it. But then like a minute later, I'm like, why is this shit so complicated? Roll me. Apple me. Provide me with an apple that then gets, oh, no, you can't do this. You got a problem. You got to combine your potato. Oh, you got to combine these potatoes. That's not a potato, that's an apple. That one's pretty much 100% on you. Wither a random crop and draft an additional common of the same type. I will. First off, I'm going to buy 2 of these so we got some space. I'm going to buy 1 of these. I'm going to put this bad boy up there. Not too worried about the mushrooms. Add another potato right there and then launch me. Look at that. It's perfect. 96. We're not on pace anymore. But that's going to change because we just got a bottle of wine. After a fruit crop matures, gains 3 value if it's adjacent to seed. We don't use any seed, man. On mature, gain 2 value if water is equal to mature, gain 2 value if it's adjacent to flower. Fine. You know what? Just give me a fucking watermelon, man. You've been trying to make watermelon work forever. There you go. You got your dream. You got watermelon there. It consumes too much water, but that's life. Why don't you go ahead and toss me one of these right here, and then launch me up. Please. 86. That's not even close, man. But we got more wine. But I don't even need the wine because we don't have any seeds. Harvest 13 climbers, get manure. Harvest, I skipped this contract. This contract is not necessary. The shears are reducing your income. Okay. I can work with that. Thank you for the heads up. If you'll excuse me, I need to buy some inventory space. Combine these. That's a big watermelon. Remove the shears. And you know what? I would say I'm going to sell this wine. Might strike you as a little insane, but we're not using it. Everything else we can roll with. You might as well put one more mushroom up there then. Launch me. Might just be me, but your mic sounds quiet compared to the game. Yeah, I don't know if I ever lowered the volume. Now that I think about it. Hang on, we could probably keep the music volume right where it is. Take the master volume down a bit. Next payment in 5 harvests. And another fish. But our our water is not staying high enough anymore. We need, because the watermelon is consuming too much water, bro. Grape. Place me. How can we get more water? Great question. The way that we could get more water is more sprinklers or foods that consume less water to allow our fish bonus to pop off a little bit. Did you hear my stomach? No, yes. It went. Harvest 19 uncommon crops and receive a durian. 10% chance to harvest after each card played. I don't know what that means, to be honest with you. Maybe the music's been in your stomach the whole time. It hasn't been, but that is pretty funny. That would be funny if it were true, but it's not. By the way, we're about to lose our farm to Monsanto. I hope you guys are happy about that. I don't even have enough space to plant all my freaking crops. I have 2 more days to earn $300. I skip for a little extra gold. Buy some 10 gold plots. There ain't any 10 gold plots left, brother. I'm in trouble. I mean, I'll run one more back just to see if, like, now that I've got an idea of how complicated the game gets, maybe I can build like a synergistic run or something. But right now we need a miracle. That's not miraculous. We didn't even fulfill a contract. So we're just marching to our death right now. $105. It's horrendous. You are required to pay the loan. That gave me 2 gold. I give up. Fail to pay the loan and your farm is confiscated. Wish list or quit. I don't want to quit, really. I'd like to quit to main menu if possible. Okay, quit to main menu. All right, slash marker. Run it back. This time, we're going to try to pay closer attention. Because there are a lot of moving parts. I'm trying to be kind to myself, okay? If you started playing Slay the Spire in this year, do you think you would drop it for being too complicated? No, because Slay the Spire is not a complicated game. It's just a hard game. But the mechanics are delightfully simple. There's just like, you know, a few keywords you learn as you play it, and then like the cards are like do 6 damage, do 8 damage, apply vulnerable, stuff like that. I feel like every other card game, maybe not every other card game, I feel like a lot of card games, strategy games, RPG, tactics games, roguelites, etc., I feel like they break, in my opinion, they have a tendency to submit to being over-designed. People get inspired by a game like Slay the Spire and they say, I want to make a deck builder, but I can't just make a card that's like do 8 damage because then I'm just making Slay the Spire again. So then it's like there's 900 different elements attached to things, and there's modifiers, and there's status effects, and there's different card types, and etc., etc. Darkest Dungeon 2 is simplistic. Yeah, but it's not... you don't want me to go as hard on Darkest Dungeon 2 as I would have to go, to be honest. I think they kind of... I think they got the recipe not... In my opinion, they made a good game that I don't want to play. That's the diplomatic way to say it. I think they made the best version of the game that they wanted to make, and it just it doesn't fit for me. Because I feel like, for me, I want a roguelite to like... I don't want a roguelite to have bosses where it's like, you have to do things this way to beat the boss, if that makes sense. I don't want the bosses to be a puzzle. That's what I'm trying to say. I want a roguelite boss to be like, you can kill it 100 different ways. It's just like a power check and a skill check for where your run is at. I don't want it to be like 95% of every run is a roguelite, and then the bosses themselves are like, oh, you just, you know, flip the red switch, then cut the blue wire, then flip the yellow switch. How about the rat in Gungeon? Were you at the stream yesterday where I was talking about the fact that the only thing gamers love more than Baldur's Gate 3 is arguing about Baldur's Gate 3 while not playing it? That's what we're doing right now. We have a game in front of us. We're enjoying it. We're trying to wrap our head around it. People were not pogged up for the actual gameplay, but then when a man gives his opinion on video games, they're like, oh, really? What about this edge case instead? I'm not part of that culture. I'm playing with my action figure right now, and you're Al from Toy Story 2 walking in and going, do you know that's a fake that's not actually made at the original, you know, Woody factory? And I'm like, okay, brother, just drop off the food and leave me alone. I'm gaming here. Just relax. Okay. Let me fucking think about it for a second. Gain 2 value after 10 cards are played. On mature, consume water, gain 3 value. Gain 2 value after 10 cards are played. So these are the same card. Yes. Let's try some mushrooms. So we want to play a lot of cards. On adjacent wither, gain 2 value. Give me another mushroom. This costs 4 water, it gives you 2. Okay. Now let me look at my dude for a second here. On adjacent, wither, gain 2 value. So we would love a card that withers, if possible. Wither at the beginning of the 3rd day. Fantastic. You take your apple so that if an adjacent wither happens, you gain value. There you go. Okay, and then we place them. They place randomly. And you are adjacent to a wither, but this doesn't wither till the 3rd day. I understand. I will harvest 32 common crops to receive an award that gives me when a vegetable crop matures. Sure. And then we want another. Well, the flower is kind of nice because it synergizes with us playing a lot of cards, which is also something that we're doing with the portobello mushroom or the button mushroom. I can't remember. So give me this. You'll gain value after 10 cards are played. It seems better to get that out as early as possible. Then place it. You can place another apple. Now I understand. We should have bought one more crop. One more plot. Understandable. Okay, if I have to, I'll take 32 commons. On mature, add 1 value to adjacent crops. On harvest, gain 2x value. On mature, gain 2 value if adjacent is sweet. Give me a mint. Frickin' mint! I don't have enough gold. Okay, I see what you're saying when you say it's going to take up too much space. We only have 3 available right now. Gain 2 value after 10 cards are played on adjacent with it. You have to play that. Cut this for now. Okay, I understand. Now we want our mushroom to be adjacent to something that withers, and that is not going to be the case. We could have put one more out there. Son of a bitch! Farming's hard. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. How about rice? On mature, gain 2 value if your water is high. Matures at the start of the day. On mature, gain 2 value if you're adjacent to fruit. I think this is a skip to my loo. Try apple at the end. That's a good idea. Oh. No, that's fine. That's fine. That's good. That's good. We got 15 gold out of that. I don't precisely know why, but that feels nice. Give me a portobello so that you level. Gain 3 value after 10 cards are played. What's your value? 3. Does it stack like forever? Stop saying OG recommender here. I know you're not only one of you is the OG recommender, okay? You can't all be the OG recommender. I will take a camellia for synergy. And then play the exact same hand again. Apple at the end makes a lot of sense. You know what you're talking about. Two value of adjacent to fruit. 2 value of adjacent to wet. Reroll me. I'll take another camellia. Which I understand. You know, for 10 gold, I could place you again. What value do you give me? 2 value every time you take up a little bit more water. Big whoop, who cares? It's Camellia like Amelia? No, I know her. And she does. And you're my fact-checking cuz. Here you go, 25 gold. We've used our farm for half of 1 season. Wither a random crop and draft an additional. This is what we need, okay? Because this will wither something which could wither it next to a mushroom, which could make the mushroom better. It makes perfect sense. And then someone told me that maize is incredible. Spreads to adjacent empty plot after every 6 cards played. I'm going to ignore your advice and substitute my own because I feel like the shiitake mushroom synergizes with what we already had going on. Sorry, James Samwise, original poster. Now, let me think about this. The shears should go first. No, the mushroom should go first. Should go like... So we want this mushroom to be placed so that when the wither happens... Yeah. You know I'm such a fool for you. It didn't do it adjacent to the mushroom. I want to cry. Yes, but the camellia should be at the beginning. Ah! Well, wait a second. When a vegetable crop matures, it gains 3 value if it's adjacent to another vegetable. Mushrooms aren't vegetables. You ever think about how crazy that is? That's what we need. Like, they're so vegetable coated. And yet somehow they have the audacity to not be. And then you also should be at the front. Anything that gains value when more cards are played should be closer to the front. He's got it all figured out here. Mushrooms are more related to us than they are to plants. Well, speak for yourself, buddy. They might be more related to you than they are to plants, but they're not more related to me than they are to plants, quite frankly. It's insulting that you would even suggest that. This is a skip in my world. This is a re-roll. And this is a shiitake. And this is a portobello. Oh, dude. Hang on. Let me think about this. Someone say you don't need passives to be up here. My question then, if you don't need passives to be up here in order to trigger, this is just my armchair game design Andy, okay? Why can they put them up there then? You shouldn't be able to put them up there if they don't do anything different from being here or here. For space, they count as cards played. Oh, so we could play cards, and then it helps with our camellia. They come and go. I see what you're saying. Place a card after shears. Put apple after shears. If you insist. Then we can probably put this out there too. I will never get the mushroom trigger. Wait, I must have gotten the mushroom trigger because you got 3 extra value on that one. 27 gold. More shears, better shears. Do we even have a seed? Portobello me? Button me? Wait, why am I using button mushrooms? What am I? These are the same. Oh, that's the same mushroom. This is a different mushroom. Button mushroom. Shiitake mushroom. You got to be up here, brother. You don't have to be up here. You got to be up here. What the hell's going on? All the mushrooms look the damn same. These ones are the same. We don't have duplicates of that. Those ones are the same. Okay, I understand now. 2 value after 10 cards played. 2 value of adjacent to sweet. Welcome to the Choki. On adjacent wither, gain 2 value. 2 value when cards are played. Okay, I think this is fine. Plot me. Probably would have been a good idea. No, wait, I think we got exactly the right amount. And this portobello is popping off. That's 29. It's funny that 2 mushrooms can look identical, but one of them will liquefy your liver. Dude, it's crazy, like... It's insane that humanity lets mushrooms stay alive. Because, like, aren't 98% of the mushrooms that you see in nature like poisonous or lethal? We really keep like the whole kingdom alive just because of shiitakes and portobellos? Because like the other ones aren't even good. If we didn't have mushrooms, we'd be up to our ears in dead plants and animals? No, because we could keep the bacterias around. Most of them, at least. I would personally, I'd like to get rid of Salmonella and Campylobacter, but that's just because I got a bias. But Give me Portobello, because then we combine. We combine. Oh, I can't combine you just yet, because you're okay. I see the problem. I see the problem. You should come down. You should come up. There. That's the way. I like it. I think. And you know what? Just plot me. While we're here, just plot me. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean you should kill it. I'm just saying it kills you. I feel like if there was like a bleach lake or something like that, mankind would be like, they'd whip out the shop vac, brother, because people keep falling into the bleach lake. We could turn that into like a new water park or something. Only 3% of mushrooms are poisonous? Now, I will say, I think I'm going to lose again. I will say, that surprises me. I would have assumed the number is a lot higher. Nah, you're good? That's nice of you to say that. Could somebody tell me what my problem is here right now? Why am I not making a lot of money? You need more money. Stop spending so much money on candles. You know what? Maybe you're right. You should be able to slot something in here. That's my 2 cents. Instead of having to move everything down by 1, you should be able to slot something in here. None sets, and you're hyper-focusing on upgrading tiers. I need like the next level though. I need like the diagnosis of why that's the problem. I'm a shiitake-based lad, right? Shiitake-based lad? Shiitake-based lad. I'm a shiitake-based lad. On adjacent wither, gain 4 value. You should make something wither. You killed your own wither strategy? How though? How? If the shears activate before shiitake are placed, they don't work. Your ass is Portobello. Your ass is shiitake. Ah, okay, I understand. Thank you. There we go. Problem solved. Now watch the money come in. Ooh. 40 gold. That's huge. We made it. All crop cards cost an additional 1 water to play, but we got another sprinkler. Let me get mulch and another shiitake mushroom and another portobello mushroom. Maybe I am hyperfixating on stuff that I already have. That does tend to be a problem for me in auto battlers in general. So I mean I pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today, I will. So I think only apple should be after shears. That makes sense to me. And then we can just, what does mulch do? Everything's cheaper to play. Only apple should be after, as far as crops go, only apple should be after shears. Well, you are an idiot. Yeah. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then none of these are going to wither. He's figuring it out, man. Nope. Didn't expect NL to be wimpy-pilled. I don't know what that means. What does it mean to be wimpy-pilled? Is it like Diary of a Wimpy Kid? The restaurant? Wimpy's the guy from Popeye. I thought Popeye was the guy from Popeye. I don't know that much about Popeye, I guess, unlike you guys, though, so I don't know. Wimpy's the guy you just quoted? There was no quote. I was just talking. It's 48. We might lose on this one again. Wimpy's the guy who says, "I'll pay you Tuesday for a hamburger today." Are you time traveling here from 175 like years ago? I thought that was some of the first words in Old English, like in Beowulf. Oh, with the jabber walk and pay you Tuesday for hamburger today, and yes, which is why I'm surprised you referenced it. I didn't reference it. I've referenced people referencing it. Okay? There's a marked difference. Prezzo, what the hell am I doing? What is this? I don't understand what I'm doing here. I'm planting crops, but I'm not even planting crops. I'm going broke. The farm is going to get confiscated by the bank. I'm buying shiitake mushrooms like as much as I can, but it doesn't seem to be helping. Why are shiitake mushrooms so expensive at the grocery store if it's not sustainable for the farmer to farm them? I withered the thing that gets a buff from other things being withered around it. I don't understand, but I do like clicking on the same thing over and over. I definitely do like... I feel great when I need a portobello mushroom, and then I get a portobello mushroom. Look at dude! Hang on! We're going on this one. Forget this. I'm skipping the first one. I'm skipping the second one because you didn't give me what I need, and cash is tight. Come, I need big plays here. I need 60. 56. You piece of crap. I need the sprinkler. I'm not skipping that. What about a horse? Passive, one free reroll. Gets skipped on. I might need that extra gold. Give me replicator. Give me shiitake mushroom. We need it. It's necessary. Give me a. I want to make this one, man. Skip me. Combine me. You should not be there. You can be there instead. Chat, pray for me. I'm a motherfucking star boy. 47. That's not great. But hang on. Sell this replicator. Wait, where's my button mushroom? Shiitake. You're a button mushroom? 2 gold. 1 gold. We need this. 2 gold. 1 gold. Sell the apple. You know what? You're a genius. Harvest 13 mushrooms. Fish. Gain gold if you have a lot of water. I can do that. I can do that. Another shiitake mushroom. Another portobello mushroom. Yeah. 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 It makes perfect sense. Play the next 1 crop card. I don't really understand what you do, brother, but I'm putting you up here anyway. $52 gold. You have to put it before a crop. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Skip me. Portobello me. Combine portobellos, they're not ready for that yet. We should make more portobellos. Is that correct? Yes. launch me. Or shiitakes. I can't keep them straight in my head, man. It's too much. Please, we are going to starve to death. Stop spending so much money on candles. You're right, we're not going to make it today, man. We could use a camellia. We could use a shiitake. 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 Portobello. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't think it's a problem with the game. I think it's a problem with me. I don't think I'm cut out for this, man. We need a new school of game design for people who are dumb. Normalize. Wait, where am I going with this? Let me think about this. The school is called the Casino. Candy Crush. Super Auto Pets. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Because, like, I understand, I'm not being a hater, sincerely. I understand there's a market for this. But my ass does not know what's happening. It's just too much, man. It's all the crops have subtypes, okay? I understand. They also have effects. And then their subtypes allow you to get a set bonus. I get it. It's like getting the godly plate of the whale and the godly helm of the whale in Diablo. And then you got this space here, you got the 3x3 grid, no fog of war, etc., etc. But to keep all of that in my brain simultaneously and then synthesize the information effectively in order to make an informed decision is too much for me. I don't have the intellectual condenser that can look at the full scope of information that's available here and turn it into a digestible form in order to feel like I have agency over my results. I don't have the condenser. Like, basically, I'll tell you where my brain is at. Essentially, when I look at this, I look for the word mushroom. I don't see the word mushroom, and I say, okay, well, all of this seems not that great for me then. What is the B? Spreads flower? I don't even think I have flowers. I think I'm like exclusively dedicated to mushrooms here. I could get a rare seed climber, withers at the beginning of the 3rd day. The music probably isn't helping his deprecated neurons. Excuse me, Baldur's Gate 3 dev takes shot at streamer in chat. Clickbait, 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 clickbait. Dexerto picks it up. Everybody that follows Dexerto and then just reposts Dexerto stuff picks it up after that. You got to be careful, Macros. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, okay? We're not making it anyway. We might as well re-roll to try to play more Go Fish. Shiitake me. Ooh, he's done it. Oh, that's not enough, brother. Yeah, they will be confiscating my farm. My farm is about to be confiscated. I should have taken the camellia. I'm toast, man. They took my rings. They took my Rolex. I looked at the brothers, said, damn, what's next? Time. It might be the only thing that can save us, which is why I took a kidney bean. Now watch this. This is what it's all about. Even if we lose, we now have a purple level portobello mushroom. And that is the only thing that truly matters. Should play that. Should play that. Should play that. Yeah. This is the order. I mean, it by itself generated 35 and 35, which is pretty sick. That takes us to 97. Hit you with the give up on this one. Slash marker. This is crop rotation. Slash marker crop rotation. They had to make more games for old people that are not just trying to dip their hand into their wallet, man. Like, I know, here's the thing. People are saying that what they're doing is they have never taken a Stats 101 class, okay? So they're looking at the fact that I've played like 2 games in the last 2 streams where I've been like, I think this is like a little complicated for me. And they're like, you say every game is complicated for you? That's not true. There's a lot of games I look at on Steam that are like 70 cents. And I'm like, I'm not playing this shit. It looks way too simple. There's like a button and you click on it and a number goes up. And then when I make fun of those games, people go, no, those are my cozy games. Cozy games are okay. Cozy games are okay. And then when I play, I think it's also that I like playing strategy games. But then like a lot of strategy games, I think they naturally attract developers who like to have complicated mechanics, which is totally fair. But it takes a while to find a game that fits in the sweet spot. Name one strategy game you played in the last 6 months and liked. The Banished Vault. Snokus Gaming, I'm sorry to do this, but I remember... Sorry, Smokus Garmin. You got 8 timeouts. One of them was from me. I definitely remember that. Let me go back to June 21st and let me see. Because you seem to always be in here. Like, you love watching the stream every single day, but you're always complaining. So I'm going to just try to get to the root of that. Don't leave. No. Me reaches through the screen, locks your browser tab, Doki Doki Literature Club style. No, there's no getting away from this uncomfortable feeling, okay? We're in it now. You might as well just enjoy it. There are some +2s here, don't get me wrong. Did you say anything during React Court, or did you just show up when we started playing strategy games? First comment, you can see why this would like tilt you a little bit. First comment, any bets on him giving this more than an hour of a chance to shine? Okay, well, we started playing it at 11:44, and now it's 12:45. So first off, fuck you. Next comment, this looks very complicated. Can we have chess instead? I don't even understand, because now you're complaining about the fact that I thought it was too complicated, but your first comment was like, this looks really complicated. If you started playing Slay the Spire in 2023, do you think you would have dropped it for being too complicated? We already touched upon that issue. So was Wild Frost too over-designed in your opinion? Like, I don't know, why we have to like insult every single strategy game we've ever played? Like every time a streamer says they don't like a game, you now have to bring up every game in the genre that they've actually played and enjoyed and been like, oh, really? But you liked game A, but you don't like game B? What's up with that? Haven't seen him this focused on a game in months. Okay, he did say man has never been to Bleach Lake, Ohio. That I'll laugh at that one. I would love to see NL play any Zachtronics game in 2023. The fucking thing is, and this is going to be crazy, Zachtronics games are hard, but the mechanics in the game are simple. There's 2 different wheels that are turning and affecting each other, okay? A Zachtronics game tutorial does not go, here's 100 different crops with 300,000 different mechanics, go nuts, motherfucker. It goes, hey, to use the whirligig machine, you've got to put punch cards in that do this. Here's how to make a punch card that moves an integer 1 bit to the right. And then you do that, and then the next one is like, now we're going to show you how to make it move 1 to the left. And then by the time you finish, doing 20 tutorials, you're like, okay, now I'm ready to do like some creative problem solving. I love Zachtronics. But basically, you have to understand, I'm defending myself because your comment here is basically like, you're stupid. You're basically calling me stupid. So I'm going to defend myself a little bit. I'm trying to see what I timed you out for, though. See, this one, it's a very compelling chatter. because it's not simply hate. There is occasional enjoyment as well. Usually you just get a hate watcher. What did I time you out for on June 21st, 2023? Oh, I found it. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, this was it. You should be more adaptable on the games you play depending on your mood and not play shit that doesn't gel with your mental state at any given moment. Why force yourself into saltiness? Northern Lion has timed out Snoka's gaming for 600 seconds. That's just crazy, man. It's kind of true. No, I'm not salty. I'm making fun of this person for my own engagement to get some of my dopamine back. But it's like, it's just a weird comment to write to a stranger, right? Like, that's what I'm trying to get at, I suppose. Like, I don't know who you are. Why are you leaving me comments like as if you're my psychologist or something like that? It's just, I'm not mad. I'm not going to clip this, never do this to a streamer, put that up on Dexerto. It's kind of like a weird energy. And in an act of benevolence, I'm letting you know that it's a little strange. And then I'm refreshing, and I'm just seeing your reply, because that's fair. There has been no reply. There's been no reply. And it's been 5 minutes. They haven't left. They're still here. I can see them on the autocomplete. You get a chance to respond. This is not like I'm not just trying to light you up. I'm just, you've been following for 4.5 years. 20% of your comments are positive. 80% of your comments are, I don't know what word to use. Not necessarily negative, but I'll be like walking to the store and you'll be like, why are you walking so weird? And I'm like, I don't know, motherfucker. I'm just hungry. Antagonistic, maybe that's a better way to describe it. So I'm just giving you I just want you to reply. You can reply and say, fuck you. You could reply and say, I'm sorry. You could reply and say, I don't think this is fair and this is why. I'm just like, you could also just not reply and leave me here just F5ing. No, I'm not going to ban them. They subscribed for 6 months. They're still here, man. Answer me. If they write, sorry, I'm AFK, I'm going to lose my fucking mind, man. Okay. I am closing your tab now. Feel free you can get back to normal chatting. You know what it is? It's because, Prezzo, I think you're right. All the comments here are like from strategy game segments. They're not from banter segments. It's like there's a bat signal when I'm playing a complicated game. They come here and say, like, you were smarter when you were 26. I'm here to tell you that is not true. I may have had higher bandwidth and throughput at age 26, but the person that was directing the energy was not a good leader, okay? Not as good, at least. No message. Okay, well, you know what? I'm honestly taking that as a resignation, quite frankly. You resigned. I beat you in rhetoric. So stop calling me stupid. It hurts my feelings. And if it hurts your feelings to hear that you hurt someone else's feelings, that doesn't mean the person whose feelings you hurt is wrong. That means you got to look within yourself and figure out what's driving your animosity, brother. Okay, let me look at this. Thronefall. A strategy game without the headache. We've got you covered. August 2nd, 2023. Overwhelmingly positive. 97% of the user reviews are positive. Thronefall. With Thronefall, we tried to strip a classic strategy game from all its unnecessary complexity, combining it with some healthy hack and slash. Build up your base during the day, defend it till your last breath at night. It seems like an isometric kingdom. Yeah, I'll get this. Why not? Can you talk about like this being the perfect game description for after just complaining about complicated games? Thronefall. It is a sign. It's a sign, man. Can I tell you, I have seen people recommend this for like a little while. One of the... Listen, Snokus Garmin, I get it, okay? Because I'm a dyed-in-the-wool hater myself. Listen to what I'm about to say, all right? And this is why I can see you, is because I am you as well. Sometimes I'm just a little bit better with the self-control on the typing fingers, or I'll type it out and then I'll backspace it. When the messages are coming by you at, 1,000 messages per minute, you don't have the opportunity to give every single one probably the consideration that it deserves. So people say play Thronefall. The problem is that Thronefall sounds to me like an instance-based looter shooter that is like a 6 out of 10 and developed by Techland or something like that. Now that I had the opportunity to give it its just desserts and see what Thronefall actually was, I was like, oh, I think I might like it. And I want to understand, I want to make this known. I think it is hard to come up with the name of the game. It's the same way it's hard to come up with some music as well. Listen, I don't know why Macros wanted me to add listening, but I added it because Macros added me. Or asked me, I should say. And he added me. I mean, like, honestly, being a VIP is like a huge... It's OP in chat. I will read every single one of your messages. Just ask DL Guiga. DL Guiga wants to send me a video essay on why the Vancouver seawall isn't good. My ass, meanwhile, is listening to Steely Dan's landmark album Asia while walking on the fucking Vancouver seawall, enjoying my life. You think I forgot? You think I forgot? /user D. I'm just joking. You haven't done anything wrong. Okay, hang on. Early access. Wait. Did I even change like my game name or anything? That's a pretty quick pivot, man. Thronefall. 479 viewers, 575 followers. Oh! I'm just going to call this best strategy game. Okay, well, apparently it was taking my keyboard input, even though it wasn't the active window. Fucking gaming's washed, dude! Best strategy game 2023, question mark? Macros, does everybody hate Larian Studios now because Baldur's Gate 3 is too good? That's what I read online. Is that other developers, like, when they see Larian Studios carrying their tray through the cafeteria, they, like, put their backpack on the only available chair so that Larian Studios can't sit with them? I have no comment. Okay, that's fair. I'm just trying to get you in trouble, I guess. Hey, Deli Cero, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow, they did it. They made a strategy game that strips out the maximalist elements that make it impossible for a boomer like me with undiagnosed ADHD to understand it. They have made a minimalist strategy game in the same vein as Kingdom. This is Thronefall. Let's play it up. I swear to God, if I see a text box that says, if you buy this upgrade, it'll give your archers 1 extra point of true damage when they're standing on a forest hex, I'm going to lose my mind! Please give me Just a guy that does 1 damage. Use arrow keys to move. Look at this. Okay. Arrow keys to move. To what do I owe the pleasure? It's automatically attacking for me. I am so ready for my sundowning era. Holy cow, there's even gold to pick up. Now, they could simplify it a little further. They could make the gold automatically go into your inventory when you kill them. But I understand, okay? What do you got for me here? Ooh, hold space to build. I have built my kingdom. At night, your enemies will attack. Hold space to start the night. All right, I will stand here, and I will rain arrows down upon you from the high ground. That's about as complex as I'm willing to accept. The high ground definitely gives you a bonus to your attack. I know that because I am a Revenge of the Sith enjoyer. You know, I always thought, though, like, I'm not combat trained. I never served in, like, special forces or anything like that. I feel like the high ground in a lightsaber fight wouldn't be that advantageous, man. Hang on, I can use space to use my active ability. Currently, it's a melee attack. Okay. Get owned. And then it takes 5 seconds to recharge. I got it. I understand. Get owned. And then we'll do one more. Like, I just feel like if I was in, like, a sword fight, I almost feel like I would rather have the low ground. What's my reasoning for that? Well, I feel like it's hard to defend your shins and ankles from a sword blow that's coming from below you. Whereas, like, I get that they're able to, like, attack your head, but at the same time, one of these days I'm going to land this melee attack. But it's easy to move your head out of the way. You just duck. Anybody here ever been on, like, Forged in Fire that could tell me if I'm correct? Holy cow, I got one. Well done. Clean up the remaining wave. I also think I should lower the volume just slightly. I will definitely not be resigning. I'll tell you that much. Take me down to a 0.6. Thank you. Spend your gold improving your houses. Houses improve your income. I think the high ground discourse was solved in the Middle Ages. I'm just saying I think it differs maybe based on weapon type. I recognize that a lightsaber is not a real weapon yet. A good economy is the key to success. You may start your nighttime now. All right. Like, definitely, if you have a bow and arrow, I would like to have the high ground. But a sword, a one-on-one sword battle? I mean, I just feel like I would rather be like 2 feet lower than my opponent. And just wear a helmet or something. A big army is approaching. It would be wise to build some additional defenses. If you insist. I'm a 4-star general, and I agree with you. Let's go, dude! Me trying to think of a 4-star general who hasn't been canceled for 100 years for war crimes. Padden, Heinz Guderian, Zukov, is there? Help me! Help me! I guess you don't hear about too many 4-star generals or 5-star generals in peacetime. That makes sense. Zukov had like 15 stars. I've seen the picture. That's like one of my favorite things about the death of Stalin, is that it's funny when Zukov walks in and his entire jacket is covered in medals, and then when you see the real Soviet photos of Zukov, they actually toned it down in the movie to make it like more realistic. The official portrait of Zukov, like literally the entire one side of his jacket is just covered with medals of valor. What weapon are you maining in the medieval era? Snokus Garmin +2. You think I don't have the eyes of a much younger man? Legolas, what do your mod eyes see? You're back! I see you! Okay, hang on. I don't know. What would I main? I think I'm a coward, so I would be like a bow and arrow. Or like a crossbow Andy or something like that. I definitely don't want to be like a dude with a shield or a sword or a bardish or something like that. Maybe this sounds like too simplistic, but like if you're an archer on the battlements and your castle's being sieged, you should never die, right? Like you just shoot your bow and arrow, and then like eventually they breach the gates, and then that's your cue to get the fuck out of there, dude. Go run away. Escape from the back door or something like that. If you're one of the dudes with a sword, you got no choice but to be like in the midst. But if you're run, it's a siege. You got like a tunnel or something, or go out through the sewer. Royal training. Builder's Guild. A level 1 house is automatically upgraded to level 2. Or make your king better. No, I'll make my economy better. You'll get a level 2 house for free every single day. This is an economic upgrade, so make sure to build other defenses. You're out of gold for now, so start the night. Okay. I'm just saying. Also, I don't know if they ever thought of this. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I feel like if my castle was getting sieged and I was an archer, I would definitely like shoot arrows. But then as soon as they breached the gate, I would hide. And then as soon as like one of them was cut down, I would simply swap armor with them. So that I was instead wearing the armor of the winning side. And then I would be like, let's go, guys. Check it out. I know where the nobles are hiding. Or something like that. Build wall. Stops enemies from entering your castle. Enemies are unable to pass through your gates, even when they're open. Okay? It's up to you what you want to spend your gold on. I got 6 gold. Build barracks. Choose a melee type unit. I feel like we always need more houses because we're upgrading them every single day, okay? And then what, I got 2 gold left. I can't build a barracks for 2 gold. Give me another house then. What is this? You don't have enough gold to build this? I know that. How do you explain the arrow hole or sword slash in your new outfit? I think it's simple. You say one of the vile bastards sliced me, but he didn't hit a vital organ. Did you know that, like, after the Allies re-invaded Western Europe in the Second World War, there was a plot to kill Dwight Eisenhower from undercover German spies in Paris? And the way that they tried to suss out who were the undercover German spies was they would ask them, who won the World Series last year? My ass would be dead due to a false positive for sure. That hardly seems fair, man. Just say Yankees? I'm just like, I would be like, I don't know. I could tell you, I'll tell you who won the Stanley Cup last year. They would probably be like, Stanley Cup, what is that, the Bundesliga? All right. I think just being able to list some teams would probably clear you. I hope so. I'd be like Washington Nationals. They'd be like, what the fuck? What the Washington? Miami Marlins? Miami? Yeah, there's a baseball team in Miami, brother, in the damn swamp. I would like to choose a melee unit type. Sure. I would like to take knights. To command your units, hold left control and move around till all of your units are selected. Hello, lads. Go to your target location and tell units who are following you to stop and stay at the location you're currently standing. These aren't real people. So I am basically going to leave them out here to die. Hope that's okay. And I'm going to, basically, you're going to be grist for the mill, and then the tower's going to do all the hard work for us, okay? What does this thing do again? We will never know. Every future upgrade of this mill will increase its income even more. The mill explodes when destroyed. No, it's the economy, stupid. You can also command your units to hold their position. When you place your units, keep the command button pressed for a second longer until circles appear on the ground. There you go. All right, I'm ready for the next day. I gotta be honest, they're doing a pretty good job of soaking up aggro for me. I appreciate that. My ass would not follow the king out of the town gates. I definitely, I feel like in the medieval era, I would not have wanted to be like a soldier. I don't know if you have much choice in the matter, don't get me wrong, but couldn't I crush my leg with a big pillar or something like that? And be like, oh, I can't. Sorry. What about in the modern era? Well, I'd rather not be a soldier in the modern era, too. I gotta admit, though, the pension seems nice. Increases income significantly. What do we get? 20 swords, 10 archers? And there's only 2 more waves. In that case, maybe we don't have to worry about our economy, now that I think about it. Maybe we'd be better off simply worrying about survival. Build the fields next to the mill. Okay. They generate good income, but they're very vulnerable to enemy attacks. I could have told you that. Shoots at enemy units. Generate another house. Don't mind if I do. All right, lads. Follow me. Yep. You know what I'm going to do? Basically, you're all going to die out here, by the way. But I'm going to have you stand right here. That way the archers never get a chance to really pop off. Sir, yes, sir. Why don't you go stand out there with them? Well, you raise a good point. Especially because I'm the strongest amongst them, which must be why I'm the king. Oh, I keep missing with my sword, too. Why don't you use your melee attack? Because that leaves me in danger, man. I don't want to be in danger. I want to be safe. I'm the king. Zerg, Protoss, or Terran? I was a Protoss guy. I don't know if that's cringe. Nerd, based. You have Protoss energy? You look like a Protoss guy. I was 12 years old when I played StarCraft. What do you mean I look like a Protoss guy? Why? Because they were fucking cool-ass aliens, man. And they got the what's the dudes who walk on all fours? They go, and then they got the dark archons and stuff like that. Dragoons, yeah. I always thought the Zerg was gross. And on top of that, as a little kid, I was like, bro, I can't be fucked with expanding this creep everywhere. Are you crazy? I didn't know. Look at that. Hey. Terran was okay, though. Build another upgrade archer tower, and then you could upgrade both. Is this thing even able to shoot that far, though? That seems like it's a long way away. Oh! That one's already fully upgraded. Terrence had the best music. I mean, this is not a controversial take in the slightest, but StarCraft has some of the best music of any video game ever made. Sometimes I'd forgotten about it for like 12 years, and then I played Heroes of the Storm, and I was like, this music goes insane. It's like music to hit a giant steel beam with a giant steel hammer, too. Prepare for a strong attack. Okay? Yeah, go ahead, follow me. Why don't you follow me back here? Why don't you follow me into the range of my defense towers, you dummy? Uh-oh, you're in trouble. Oh, get hit by a melee attack. Okay, I got scared on that one. That one's on me. Here, I'm kiting him down. Mechanic count 18. Yeah, but you know what's crazy is there's been so much mechanic inflation. Don't Google that, by the way, unless you work at Napa Auto Parts. Then you have my permission. That 18 mechanics is now minimalistic. You ever think about Super fucking Mario? There's like one mechanic. Your ass can jump. Nobody ever says, oh, Mario's too simple for me. Everyone goes, oh, classic platform video game. Meanwhile, a game will be like, hey, in order to do this next part, you need to know the atomic weight of yttrium. And you're like, I don't know that. People are like, idiot. Take me back, man. Okay, hang on. I've destroyed the tutorial. I'm the best to ever do it. Your castle center produces gold and that income increases every single... Yeah, sure. Inflation, I understand. Arcane towers. Can I say that I appreciate... This is good UX design, man. I would have clicked this as soon as possible, but instead they said, no, 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 no. You have to wait 2 seconds before you can click the continue button. And I said, okay. Now I will read it. Your towers have greater range or their projectiles deal more damage. Holy cow, I must have been the best to ever do it. Rapid melee attack and active ability. Heal yourself and significantly increase your attack speed for a brief moment. Okay, continue. The heck is this? I will now move on to O of 6. Nordfelds. I will keep a bow and arrow. For my perk, I will take Royal Mint. And for mutators, I will take none. I will start my kingdom. None mutators left beef. Builds fields to increase income. Shoots at enemy units. Turn 1, bro, I'm a simple man. Give me improved plow and 2 fields. I've been told that fields are amazing. And then all we have to do is defend our fields, right? And we're gonna be rich. And we can tank some damage. We probably heal every day, right? Because you're the king, baby. Look at that. 5. Ooh! 9 gold. Hey, Mad Dog Nation, thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you. Here's what I'm going to do. Check this out. I'm building a second mill. I'm building 2 more frickin' fields. And then, can I upgrade a mill? Oh, I have to probably upgrade my house first. In that case, well, excuse me, I got lads coming up from the north this time. I should get some houses. Generates solid income. Generates solid income. Thank you. Hold Alt and you'll see all builds available. This is you guys know everything there is to know about this, and for that I'm grateful. That being said, I'm also a little bit scared because that these guys are going to come in and start doing some damage to my structures, which I don't appreciate. Yeah, get them. Go ahead. You can attack the town center, okay? You can't attack the fields, though. Hit me instead. Don't hit the property. Hit me instead. No problem. Give me my gold, please. 2 Spike Lords, whatever that is. 8 warriors. Okay, I need to be down here, which means up here, I need a guard tower. I would like to upgrade my town center. And I'm going to continue to go for... You know what? I'm going to continue to go for econ. Oh, look at what I can build. And then I would like to make a barracks and summon the lads. They do extra damage against fast enemies. Not a great pick against ranged units. Could somebody tell me what the heck this is? Are these dudes with maces? It's a chicken foot. They have bombs. They're spike lads. It's a ray gun. It's a bug. Cylons. Zergs. Flyers. They're fast lads? Okay. Well, then guess what? Here you go. You guys go, well, you know what? Actually, I'd like to take 2 of you with me if possible. Just 2, please. My micro's insane. There you go. And then you guys are going to come help me down here, and we're going to start the next day. I guess I should get in there, huh? I have sort of a Crassus vibe, and I think they were really rooting for more of like a Julius Caesar type, lead by example type thing. Wow, it seems like they did just fine. 8 archers, 8 archers. Okay. A defense tower, of course. You could build a wall and make the archers pay for it. Build a house to generate some solid income. You must be a level 2 house. No, you're a level 1 house. You're a level 2 house. Okay, we need more houses is a given. Oh, that's not a house. This is an archery range. Oh, but I could also use some more econ, I think. How about another? We got 24 archers. That's scary. If you were at the Battle of Cannae, would it have gone out like that? Would it have gone down like that? Is the Battle of Cannae the one where they got sandwiched and the whole army of Roman legionaries got imploded like the Ocean Gate submarine? Yeah? Honestly, I think it probably would have gone down like that. I know a lot of people are a little like egotistical, or maybe they like overrate their own abilities. I think Hannibal Barca was probably a better general than I would be. That's my 2 cents. The Battle of Teutoburg Forest would not have happened to me, quite frankly. Like, I think I would have been like, don't go into the trees. This is scary. But Cannae, sure. Probably Cannae would have gone the same way. Let me think about this for a damn second, okay? Did you see, sorry, crossbowmen have low range but high damage output. They are armored against ranged attacks, bonus damage against ranged units. Okay, I have an idea. Crossbowmen, what do your elf eyes see? Can I cross here? Yes, I can. Y'all are gonna come right here, please. Did you see the tweet that was like, it was a simulation of what happened to the people that were on the Ocean Gate submarine? And it's literally just a skeleton made of beads being turned into like a crushed can of tomato soup. And then people were like, can you imagine getting the news from like the company that like this is what happened to your family member? It's not funny, but the idea, if you saw it in a movie, you would be like, this is kind of funny. Because like it's just, the dude's just sitting there, and then literally, I'm sorry, in like the blink of an eye, his whole body turns into blood. And then, like, it's just so unbelievably brutal. I can't believe they even made the animation, man. It's disgusting. Yeah, that's what happened. I know, but it's like, it's so brutal, dude. Hey, how do I turn these guys into swordsmen? And then all the people in the comments were like, with no disrespect, I understand this is like a lot of forces, but at the same time, I think I would have just covered my head and I would have come out okay. Oh, man. It's just one of those things. I think you have to, it's funny and it's not funny. What's not funny about it? People lost their lives. But the sheer brutality reconciled with the instantaneous nature of the death is in its own way kind of comical. Like, that is definitely, in a weird way, it's kind of like the perfect way to die. Because you don't feel anything, but your whole body just gets vaporized in like, you know what? In a weird way, it's disgusting to hear about, but it's almost a merciful way to go, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Did you see the guy who said he was asking if you could survive it with training? Oh, man. Or gear. Oh, man. But the animation is just so disgusting. Hang on, I'm the best to ever do it. Did you see? Yeah, I saw the Imagine going in for a handshake and then telling him to bring it in and giving him a hug. I saw all that. Jason Statham pretty much did that in the Meg 2. Macros, did the Meg 2 deserve the 0% that it had on Rotten Tomatoes? I like fun movies, but I do want to say that I am a Meg hater. If you like it, it's good. It brings more joy into the world, okay? But Meg 1, I was like, I hated the movie. You hated the Meg? I thought it was too long, and it just, I don't know, there's like those movies that have a veneer of like 50% of the movie was funded by the Chinese government. So as a result, like half of the movie either takes place in China or like the lead actress is a Chinese actress, which for me is just like, that doesn't necessarily mean the movie is bad, but it means that clearly this is just made by the studios to like make money. You know, it's not like someone was like, I got a really amazing idea for a movie. They were like, check this out. This will really play well overseas. It's a movie as a commodity instead of as art, which is fine. But it's the same reason my ass didn't rush to the multiplex to see Pacific Rim 2. Let me think about this for a second. We got 15 crab claws. I feel like we don't need to upgrade our military in order to make it through 15 crab claws. I think we just leave our spearmen there. our crossbow individuals come here, and then we upgrade our econ as much as possible. Would you ever die for your country on the battlefield? I don't think so. Not like willingly. I like my country mostly. I'm willing to say it. Not that many people are as brave as I am these days. For the most part, it's got some problems, without a doubt. But like, you know what people say, like it's the worst one next to all the other ones? I don't think it's the best country, but I think it's pretty good. Let's put it there. If I had to do a redraft in like my fantasy football league, I don't think Canada would go first. But as someone who's like locked in, I'm like, I don't really feel compelled to switch. Let's put it that way. That being said, if Canada got invaded by a foreign power, my ass is out for sure. They can shoot me dead at the border for being a turncoat, because my ass is leaving immediately, because I mean more to myself than my country means to me. Which I don't think is weird. I don't think I should feel weird for saying that. Holy cow, they're quick. Hey, stop it. You made it. You have a kid, so that makes sense. Well, yeah, but I feel like most, like in the 150 years ago, like if you had a kid, you'd be like, that just doubled my resolve to fight for my country, my way of life. Nowadays, I'm like, my ass is out of here. I got a kid. You want me to be a soldier? I can't be a soldier. I got a kid. I got to take my ass to like Denmark or something like that. Get me to the Netherlands. Also, like, I'm just going to be honest. Like, I don't think I would be the worst soldier in the military. I think I got some skills. But unless they invade, like, today, I'm pretty sure you could get just a robot that's way better than me. Like 100 years ago, if I got drafted to fight in the First or Second World War, I'd be like, that makes sense. We don't have robots. Now, I'd be like, really? You see how thick my glasses are? You can't just get like a Boston Dynamics bipedal robot that can shoot a gun, like it can just pull a trigger. Am I crazy though that like I didn't live in the Second World War or like Vietnam or anything like that? It might surprise you. I'm telling you, I was not alive when the Vietnam War took place. But like, I feel like you always read stories about people that were like, they tried to dodge the draft for Vietnam, and then they like caught them and threw them in prison, and then they were like, we're going to draft you, and then they gave them the physical, and they were like, you are deemed ineligible for being drafted for Vietnam because you are a little melancholy. It seemed like it was pretty easy to just get out of it. Like, isn't that what happened to Bukowski? Bukowski was like, I'm going to dodge the draft. Then they threw him in prison for 10 days. Then they were like, get ready, brother, you're going on a helicopter. And then he was like, I'm a little sad. And they were like, all right, never mind. Go back to Los Angeles and drink yourself to death. Okay, 1 second here. Upgrades more build options. Your character becomes stronger. There are 40 lads coming. Must be your mom's house. I think 3 gold for a tower seems like a pretty good investment right here. I'll hit you with one of those as well. This tower is probably not going to be able to hit units until they come in, but you know what? There might be something to, you know, I'll tell you what. Let me think about this for a second. It would be nice to upgrade my military. And it would be nice to upgrade my military. And then I'm thinking it might be nice to build this wall here. And then give me all the spearmen. Is there a funnier lyric in rock and roll than give me all your lovin', all your hugs and kisses too? That shit cracks me up every time I hear it. Just a middle-aged man with a huge red beard. Give me all your lovin', all your hugs and kisses too. Oh man, gets me every time. And then, I mean, I understand the idea that we could fight them at the wall, but I don't want to leave my fields vulnerable. So I'm gonna just do something like this. What about the bigger the cushion, the sweeter the pushin'? I see what you're saying. That's what I said. The looser the waistband, the deeper the quicksand, or so I have read. I know what you're talking about. She give me top till I ZZ. Holy cow, it's the first version of that joke that is actually funny. I'm stunned. You have actually, you've cracked the damn code. 99% of people who try to make that joke, it just falls on his face because the punchline doesn't even make sense. But you got it. Quick, post it to Twitter. Oh, you mean X? See, you don't like how it feels, do you? Usually the joke is that it's not funny. Wait, really? Because I've been watching people type that joke for a year and a half, and almost every single time I've been like, this is not funny at all. I am so much smarter than these people. That was a gimme, man. Oh, I can smell some kimchi jun being cooked right now. Oh. Who do you think would win in a rap battle? Warren G or Warren G. Harding? Ex-president of the United States, often ranks last in presidential rankings. Warren G? See, you would think that, and you would be right. Hey, Anel, any thoughts on the James Harden situation? I mean, Harden, he's got to be the only player in the NFL that when he retires, he's going to have a best of trade demand compilation that goes to YouTube, and it's going to be 35 minutes long. Sorry, NBA, not NFL. My mistake. They are birds. They're gonna poop on your spearmen. I can't change it. The people told me I'm locked the frick in, man. Oh! Okay, I would like to... Ooh, you have a healing aura that heals nearby allied units. Wow. Wow. Look at this, man! My domain has increased in size prodigiously. I shouldn't have built this wall. I'm just about to build this wall instead. What's going on with these guys? Oh, that must be from this barracks over here? Give me some knights into dreams, okay? Let me see what I would like to build this wall first. Then I would like to build, maybe I don't need to build this wall. Give me some houses. Upgrade your houses. It's a good idea. We do get one free house upgrade every turn, though. Constantinople gonna be jealous soon. You know, one of my favorite genre of tweet is like, it always ends with the punchline that's, you wake up in a cold sweat. The invaders are at the gates. You are Emperor Basilius And you're the last vanguard of Constantinople. To arms! Every time I see one of those, I know exactly where it's going. And I always read the whole thing and I always laugh. Rip Fields? No shot, bro. No shot. The idea of feet pics fades from your memory. It all seems like a dream. You can barely remember who baby Gronk got rizzed up by. That was too easy. Ooh, I'm rich. I don't think we need to upgrade our military, which means I think we need to upgrade our economy. Give me this. Quick, what school did Malf go to? He went to Waterloo. I've still got it. I've still got it in my head. I don't need another barracks yet. It's not necessary. I'll upgrade this. How many more waves? I honestly, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. But I am having a good time. I am going to upgrade my... Well, do I need to upgrade my military? Maybe I don't need to upgrade my military. Isn't Waterloo what that dude was doing with his bidet? Okay, +2. +2. We got there. You're not wrong. She water on me, Lou? Why'd you say it like that? Like, why'd you say it like you're a leprechaun? Can I ask, this is an honest question. Please only answer this question if you are Irish, okay? Is a leprechaun, I don't want to say like a racist character, but like, as an Irish person, let me give you the genesis here, okay? When we go through It's a Small World After All, the ride at Disney World, when you get to Ireland, there's two people wearing all green clothes doing a dance, and then there's a leprechaun sticking his head out of a pot of gold over and over. I am not Irish, so I don't know if, as an Irish person, you're like, what the hell? They couldn't have put something else out there? Like, it's got, they put a damn... They had to put a damn, like, fictional creature? Not offensive, it's just folklore. Okay, you know what? Good to know. I didn't think everything was offensive. I was simply asking if people from Ireland were offended by it. Because honestly, I don't get offended by it, but whenever I see like a portrayal of Canada in the media, the shit is always like someone saying sorry and then like a Mountie riding a horse. And I'm like, they don't even do that shit. It's like they do that shit in the parades. The rest of the time, if the Royal Canadian Mounted Police come up to your house, they're in like a lifted Dodge Ram 1500 and they're about to like use a shotgun to blow off your doorknob and then throw a flashbang into your condo. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying, like, it's a little antiquated, at least. Hang on, I got 13 gold. You ever see 13 Ghosts? You ever see that McDonald's that looks like it's holding the ghosts from 13 Ghosts inside of it? Tony Shalhoub. That is a Tony Shalhoub joint. It's true. I'm launching you. Excuse me, could you take a shot at the dudes? You're kind of embarrassing me. It's more maple syrup than Tim Hortons. Listen, you just surfaced an anecdote I forgot about. When we were in Disney Springs, we went to a store to buy some lotion for my wife, not for me. It's not like that video where the kid is getting hand lotion as a graduation present, okay? The cashier, when she was ringing us up, she said, "Where are you guys from?" We said, "We're from Vancouver, BC." She said, "Oh, I'm jealous." And in my head, I went, fair. That's fair. But then she said, "I'm jealous because you guys have the good Tim Hortonses up there." And I didn't have the heart. I mean, it's just small talk. But I didn't have the heart to tell her that we don't mess with that stuff. But I said, "Oh, yeah, where are you from?" And she said, "Oh, I'm from Michigan, so we have some Tim Hortons, but they're not the same." And I was like, for me, it raised the question of how bad the Michigan Tim Hortonses must be for someone to be like wistfully thinking about a Canadian Tim Hortons, which I would essentially only eat at if I was buying food for a youth softball team. Michigan Tim Hortons is pretty terrible. I feel bad saying this, but I also feel like I have to speak my truth. I've been to one Dunkin' Donuts in my entire life, and it was a horrendous experience. I don't know if I'm not going to say it's worse than Tim Hortons because I think that's ignorant, but when I was there, I was like, this is god-awful. It was not in an airport. It was in downtown Boston. And don't do the thing that people always do. Oh, you should never... Oh, downtown Boston? No, you got to go to the one in Newell. You got to go to the one in Newell. Downtown Boston's a crap hole. Well, that's just where everything was, so I happened to be there, okay? I'm from Massachusetts. Dunkin's not great. Not Newell. I think I was thinking of Lowell. There you go. That makes more sense. 42. Perfect amount of gold. The answer to life, the universe, and everything. An armored fortress that will not go down easily, or hitting armored units. I don't really want either of those, quite frankly. How about you? You focus on large lads? I would love that. Become a ballista that focuses on large lads. And then you can shoot at these 5 lads that are coming this way. How do you know about Lowell? They used to be the AHL affiliate for the Boston Bruins. For all I know, they may still be. Okay. You lads, come with me, please. 5 of these dudes are coming in here. That's no problem. How do you pronounce Worcester? Just shut the fuck up, okay? I don't know how to pronounce it. You still have things to build on the inner ring. That is true. That is true. It's Worcester. Whatever. I don't care. If they wanted me to learn how to pronounce it, they should pronounce it the way that it's written, or they should spell it the way they want me to say it, okay? But that's not even Boston's fault. That's England's fault. So, like, how many enemies do you want to make? Now, I think I have allocated my forces appropriately here for what I assume is one of our final waves. Let's give it a chance. Whoops. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Aren't those aerial enemies? Well, aerial? You mean like from The Little Mermaid? I'm just trying to understand here. Like the animal from the circus? I think that I can just stand here and heal my bros. Look at that. It's the easiest wave of all time. Is that not the end? How do we know when it's the end? Realm 97% protected? What are you talking about? 97%. That was 9 of 13. Wait, like how Weird Al Yankovic says, did you see him hitting on the queen, though he's just 9 and she's 14? Yeah, he's probably gonna marry her someday. Am I the asshole? Me, 24F, and my husband, 20F, had a fight. He was training to be a Jedi and threw all of his training away to become the protege for a Sith Lord. He said there's only one spot available, so it's a very prestigious job. And then, I don't know, what did he do? He killed Mace Windu. He killed Mace Windu. No, he didn't kill Mace Windu. He intervened in the fight, which allowed Mace Windu to be killed. Here's a question I have for you about... He did kill all those kids, huh? Forgot about that part. If Anakin Skywalker had not intervened, would Darth Sidious have been able to overpower Mace Windu? The meat and potatoes of the question is, was Darth Sidious simply feigning a lack of strength versus Mace Windu in order to seduce Anakin to the dark side, in order to make it so Anakin could not return from the mistake that he made by killing Master Windu? He was holding back? Because, like, I don't understand how the power level works in Star Wars. But it seems to me like Darth Sidious fucking soloed a room full of 4 Jedi Masters, and the only one who even manages to block a single lightsaber strike is Kit Fisto, and he still gets ethered in like 2 seconds, okay? So Mace Windu would have to be stronger than all 4 of those members of the Jedi Council in order for it to make sense that the Emperor was getting destroyed by Mace Windu. That's all I'm saying. He is that strong? I mean, I know that canonically, as of the prequels, he was considered the strongest of the Jedi. But still, like, I didn't know he was that OP. Come with me, lads, if you want to live. The Jedi Council is not the strongest Jedi, it's simply the wisest. Yeah, but wasn't Mace Windu and Yoda on the Jedi Council? And they were like the strongest Jedis, man. So make it make sense. The math ain't mathing. There's a lot of dudes coming this way. I'm a little scared. That's a mere coincidence. Ki-Adi-Mundi must have been a pretty strong Jedi. He sat on the Jedi Council. Why do I know that Ki-Adi-Mundi's strong? Because the dude had like 9 wives. He's got it. I can't even imagine, like, professionally his responsibilities are beyond me. But like domestically, the dude must have been real busy. Why was he allowed to have wives? I think it's like it's part of their culture, right? I don't mean like, I'm not suggesting he's Mormon. I'm suggesting that the alien planet that he came from, it was like women outnumber men like 9-1 or something like that. The species took so long to breed that it had to be done that way. They believe that? Jedis can't, though? Well, I think that they would make an exception to keep your damn species alive, you know? They're like, oh, Jedi Council member, Jedis can't marry. Yeah, but if Yoda was the last Yoda and Yaddle was the last female Yoda, then you know they're letting Yoda have a kid. Rules are made to be broken. Insert Yoda, my man tweet. It's a good tweet. They literally do make an exception for exactly this. I know. I've been on Wikipedia. I'm actually an admin on Wikipedia. How do you know so much about the Jedi Council? Because I'm good at watching movies, unlike everybody that apparently saw Oppenheimer and had to look at their phone halfway through. I can sit down and I can just look at the screen for like 3.5 hours and digest everything that happens and like maybe even have some memory of it. You see Barbie yet? No, I haven't seen anything. Well, I'll tell you. I only had like a passing interest in seeing Barbie, and most of that was because I heard it was very good. And then I watched Lady Bird, and I was like, man, this movie's amazing. I gotta see Barbie. I'm gonna lose. This is the strongest wave I've ever seen. I need to get in there. There are many weak enemies in here. I need to get behind the enemy ranks and take out their ranged units, and then the kingdom will be safe. Remember Hannibal's teachings. Honestly, I don't want to insult Hannibal. I don't want to be like a backseat Carthaginian or whatever, but I feel like his big mistake was he basically inted, is I guess what I'm trying to say. When Scipio Africanus killed Hasdrubal and then threw his head over the gates, I think he let his emotions get the better of him and he stopped thinking rationally. If he kept thinking rationally, I mean, listen, it's pretty unlikely that he was ever going to lead Carthage to conquer Rome, but he could have at least led to an armistice, because he could have created a situation where there's no shot that Rome takes down Carthage. That's all I'm trying to say. Upgrade your farms? Why did I say that to the tune of Unbreak My Heart by Tony Braxton? Upgrade my farms, say you love me again. I don't know the rest of the words, honestly. Decent song, though. Just my 2 cents. Is there even anything else to upgrade, man? I mean, I could upgrade my walls. Love me, say that you'll love me. We're talking about the Cardigans. You ever think about how many amazing one-hit wonders there are from the 1990s? Love Fool by the Cardigans. No disrespect calling them a one-hit wonder. How about How Bizarre by OMC? That's, ooh, baby, you're driving me crazy every time I look around, etc., etc. How about the one that's, here comes the hot stepper, he's the lyrical gangster. Excuse me, Mr. Officer, still love it like that. Sixpence None the Richer. That's true. I don't know if they're a one-hit wonder. Don't they have a second song? What's the second song from Sixpence None the Richer? They have Kiss Me, and then they had one that like never took off. There she goes. So true. So true. Also, what is he talking about? Wait, why am I bringing dudes over here? Are there really just 5 little lads coming here? No way. Maybe because the next wave is the boss wave. Yes, there were just 5 lads. Monka S. So there's catapults. I see the catapults. There's big lads. Why don't you lads come here? This is like Vampire Survivors at 30 minutes. That is damn true. Oh, I was smelling it. I was smelling it. Oh, baby.
Are you going an hour later today?
No.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Look at this. Of all the juns, kimchi has to be, in my opinion, one of the spiciest. Oh. It's perfect. It's crispy. Please don't put your guys all the way at the front. They respawn. Don't be dramatic. What's an opinion on Korean food that would have you like this? Guy with swords at his throat. My personal opinion is maybe they could serve the jjigae just like 10 degrees colder instead of it always comes out in the dukbaegi and the shit is like... And then you dip your spoon into the soup and you try to take a bite of it because you went to the restaurant because you were hungry, but then it's like boiling and it scalds your mouth and you're like, oh, I'll just let it sit for a while. So then you're like, oh, I'll eat some of the banchan while I wait for it to cool down. Then you finish the banchan in 3 seconds because Korean culture means that you can always ask for free refills. So instead of bringing you enough banchan, they always give you the bare minimum level of banchan and then force you to ask for more. I personally, my 2 cents, I think they should serve the jjigae just a little bit cooler. Just not, you don't have to make it cold. But like, it comes out, it's literally like magma, man. Please don't stand still. Or stand so close to me. I do. Sometimes I'll pour an ice cube from my water into like a kimchi jjigae so I could drink it. Like that was a certified classic when I worked in Korea. You would go to the kimbap Jungkook in order to get some lunch. You know, you got like a 45-minute lunch break. You say, hey, can I have some kimchi jjigae? They say, sure. They come out with like a nuclear fuel rod straight from 3 Mile Island. And then you'd have to pour some water in it in order to make it eatable by the time your lunch break was over. Otherwise, you'd just be sitting there with a big old bowl of steam, and then you'd be like, I gotta go teach a bunch of 6-year-olds how to respond to, hi, how are you? I'm fine, thank you, and you. I have 73 gold. We should upgrade. Try pouring it into a small rice bowl and eating it together. Listen, brother, I know all the life hacks, okay? I was there at the first can show in Cologne. That being said, you're right, it cools it down, but it doesn't cool it down. They could still serve it 5 degrees Celsius cooler. That's all I'm saying. Hang on, we win these? I should help my boys tank. They should serve it hotter. You've lost your mind, and you're the one who's out, Gabi, out of his mind. What's going on? Oh, here we go. Out, am I? I like Kino cinema, yet at the same time, for me, one of the hardest hitting scenes in movies is in Spider-Man 1 when Aunt May is saying the Lord's Prayer, kneeling at her bedside, and the Green Goblin just explodes the fuck out of her wall and then flies in and then goes, finish it. That's crazy, man. He was truly villainous. Hey, my Mills! Yeah, and she's like obsessed with the fact that the Green Goblin has like yellow eyes. She doesn't mention like the fucking pumpkin bombs or the glider at all. It's crazy. She doesn't say that horrible green glider. She says those horrible yellow eyes. I thought you liked the part where May slaps his hand. I like that part too, because this is one of the only parts where we get to see some sexual tension in the movie. I like the part where the Green Goblin hits him with the sleep gas and goes, sleep. That part's pretty good. I like the part where Macy Gray is performing at the parade, but for some reason she's not performing the only song that you know from Macy Gray. She's trying to like soft launch her second single by appearing in Spider-Man. I'm the best to ever do it. Don't even give me my gold. We win these. Victory. I'm crazy. We could play more of this for sure. New record? Was that like global or local? Heavy armor, you have a large amount of health, but your horse is slightly slower at night. Me when I'm former emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, Frederick Barbarossa. Flails, you permanently unlocked a new upgrade path for your melee units. They can attack all enemies close to them with a single powerful blow. Castle fortifications. Your castle has more health points, fires arrows faster, and has a greater attack range. Raid the food. Okay, this is a 10 out of 10 kimchi jun. And I don't know, you could get into it on your stream. Of all the juns, I think kimchi's the best. I don't mind a haemul pajun, but oftentimes, like, sometimes it's just too much seafood for me to eat in a single pancake, you know? And, like, at the end of the day, I'll eat almost any seafood, but there is, like, a hierarchy, right? Crab, lobster, fish. And sometimes in the haemul pajun, they just be throwing in some mollusks in there that I don't even know if they're actually food. I'll eat it, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know what this is, man. I'm eating like a gooey duck or something like that. I'm eating an abalone. It's extremely good, Kate. Did you make some for yourself as well? It's out of control. I'm going to slash marker though. Slash marker. That was Thronefall. There you go. Are you ready to stream, or do you want me to spin it up a little bit more? What if they put some boiled triangles in there? Hey, Banal, speaking of Korean food, I saw when you made bibimbap, you posted it on Twitter and you said, check out my bibimbap. But there was no rice in the bibimbap, Banal. There was no rice in the bibimbap. You know what bap means? Bap is Korean for rice. There was rice under it. I didn't see any rice under it, Banal. I didn't see any rice. It's okay if you're making keto bibimbap, but that's not bibimbap. That's bibim, and then I forgot what the word for vegetable is in Korean. I believe you, though. White people, when they learn one foreign word, excuse me, 실례합니다. Burger King 어디에요 주세요? 한국말 못해요. 미안합니다. I said, excuse me, where's the Burger King? I don't speak Korean, sorry. 실례합니다. 화장실 어디에요 주세요? 한국말 못해요. You said give me Burger King. 실례합니다. That's under control. Burger King 어디에요? 십니까? What about that one? Say the cats are hungry. 고양이는 고양이들 배고파. 고양이 둘 배고파. 입니다. That's all I got. That's all I got. How was that, Kate? She said yo, then she said low. You're so close. End it with yo. 고양이 돌 배고파 임니요. That doesn't sound right. Oh, she said yo because I'm supposed to end it with yo, not because she was surprised how good I was doing. Oh no. Yeah, well, freaking 저는 피곤해요. So are you ready to stream? And 저는 배고파요, by the way, as well. In addition to that, Koriko. You got me. You got me. White guy shocks Twitch chat with perfect Korean. Okay, ready. I do love those videos. It was definitely in like the year 2010. You would be like, white guy blows mind of waiter in Taiwan restaurant by speaking Chinese. And you'd be like, wow, that's crazy. And now every single one that I see is literally just the waiter no-selling it. It's 2023, bro. Nobody's surprised to see a white guy that speaks Chinese. You've probably been teaching English here for like 15 years straight. I got lucky. Back in the day, in 2010, you could go to Korea, and if you sat down and ordered some food, and then when it arrived, you said 감사합니다, they would go, whoa, wow, good job. Nowadays, they see there's that one British dude who speaks perfect Korean and he's on all the Korean variety shows. I know because my wife watches them sometimes. On the Korean and the Japanese variety shows, they parade one white guy out there, and they're like, check it out. A handsome guy from England that speaks the language perfectly. And this is probably my own bias. I don't know what the hell he's saying because he's speaking Korean, but I always just assume he's selling out North America. I always assume he's like, you see, in Korea, everything's amazing. In North America, everything fucking sucks shit. And then they're all like, ha 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 ha. I'm like, listen, you motherfucker. He's probably just saying, oh my God, I can't believe they're using gochujang in this sauce. It's so tasty. But in my head, he's saying like, wow, everything in this country is so much better than everything in my home country. And I'm like, you damn Benedict Arnold. Anyway, apparently Kate's live. I'll send you over there so I can eat the rest of my kimchi jjigae in peace. Enjoy yourself, and I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.